Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiescenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Hello Lagos, make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so mona listen, If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbuefi. They don't walk that bar road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development where they work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogwefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ig Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became president of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Iboje is the fourth African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
SOUQ Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Iboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Iboje SOUQ Imokwede is back again. SOUQ Imokwede is married to Ofovwe SOUQ Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S. within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the U.S., including U.S.-born children, community ties, and long-term employment. Human rights organizations warn that such policies, while less aggressive on the surface, may pressure vulnerable individuals into making life-altering decisions without legal representation or full knowledge of their rights. There are also concerns about the ethical implications of offering monetary incentives for departure, particularly in cases involving asylum seekers or those fleeing violence. From a strategic standpoint, the administration insists that this approach is a practical way to reduce the migrant population without resorting to mass raids or extended detentions. Supporters say it offers dignity and a choice to undocumented migrants while protecting national interests. However, immigration experts question the actual effectiveness of the program, noting that similar efforts in the past have yielded limited results. The offer of $1,000 may not be enough to motivate individuals who have risked everything to seek better lives in the United States. The debate around this policy underscores the broader tensions within American immigration discourse, balancing border control and national sovereignty among humanitarian obligations and economic realities. With the 2026 midterm elections approaching, immigration remains one of the most polarizing and politically charged issues on the national agenda. In the wider global context, policies like this could set a precedent as other countries monitor the U.S. approach, especially those in Europe and parts of Africa facing rising migration numbers. Questions around voluntary migration, incentives, and state-led deportation policies are likely to spark wider international debates. What remains clear is that the Trump administration's latest move is not just a domestic policy. It is a bold, controversial experiment in reshaping the global migration conversation. I am Moyosore Adibi for SOUQ News TV. Housing infrastructure as a driver of economic growth. In virtually every nation, the discourse on economic growth often revolves around output, foreign investment, technology, and human capital development. Yet, one element that remains underexplored but profoundly fundamental is housing infrastructure. Housing is more than shelter. It is an economic commodity, a social stabilizer, and a catalyst for development. From job creation to stimulating demand in allied industries, and from serving as collateral for wealth creation to enabling urban renewal, housing infrastructure stands at the heart of sustainable economic advancement. At the core of modern economies, housing represents both a consumption good and an investment asset. For households, it is often the most valuable property they own. For governments, housing development is a visible marker of social responsibility, while for economies, it serves as a growth engine with multiplier effects across sectors. According to Bayo Olaoye, veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, well-planned housing infrastructure is not just about erecting buildings. When integrated with urban planning, it prevents slum expansion, enhances livability, and boosts productivity. World Bank estimates show that the real estate and construction sector contributes between 7% and 14% of global GDP, depending on the region. In advanced economies, such as United States, housing-related activities, construction, real estate, mortgage finance, home improvement, and property services are major drivers of employment and wealth creation. In emerging economies like Nigeria, housing contributes about 3.1% of GDP, though with vast untapped potential. Its influence cuts across financial markets, labor absorption, raw material demand, and energy consumption patterns. One of the clearest pathways through which housing drives growth is job creation. Development requires diverse skilled and unskilled labor, from architects and engineers to masons, electricians, and artisans. The construction phase alone is labor-intensive and generates immediate employment. Beyond that, housing stimulates growth in allied sectors such as cement, steel, timber, and glass. Industries producing furniture, interior decor, and home appliances thrive as household spending increases, while financial institutions expand their mortgage and insurance portfolios. The International Labour Organization, ILO, estimates that each housing unit constructed generates between 5 and 7 jobs, depending on project complexity. In countries grappling with high youth unemployment, this represents a powerful avenue for labor absorption and poverty reduction. Furthermore, housing facilitates wealth accumulation and capital formation. Unlike consumer goods that depreciate, housing retains or increases in value. For many households, home ownership is the foundation of financial security and upward mobility. Housing assets also serve as collateral for credit, driving entrepreneurship and industrial growth. However, in many developing nations, underdeveloped housing finance systems limit credit access, stifling broader economic potential. Expanding housing infrastructure can therefore deepen financial systems, democratize wealth, and strengthen the foundation for inclusive growth. As the United Nations projects that nearly 70% of the global population will live in urban areas by 2050, nations like Nigeria must treat housing as a strategic tool for urban renewal and sustainable development. Cities with adequate housing attract investment, foster innovation, and enhance livability, while poor housing conditions breed overcrowding, insecurity, and economic inefficiency. In essence, housing infrastructure is not merely about buildings, it's about building economies. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello, good morning and welcome to SBL. This is a beautiful morning and it's the first working week of February. January is gone and this is still 2026. So how are you going with those new resolutions of yours and how have you treated yourself? I hope good. For today on SBL, we'll be looking at marketers, fuel marketers. They are telling the federal government, can you subsidize crude oil to refineries? Now we're going to ask ourselves, where is this going to come from? So this table will talk about it. Also, we have major discussion as it concerns the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Things are in the greens and 2026 is looking bright. Also, we have calls for both state government, local government, and the federal government to look at the plight of the Nigerian farmer and step in. There are a lot of things we get to talk about on the table today. I'm not alone. My name is SOUQ. John Rogers Jokes, and I'm here with the people you always want to go into a fight with because they have your back. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome this beautiful Monday morning. Toby, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chooks. Good morning, Amin. Good morning, Lagos. Good morning, Nigeria, to the world. Good morning as well. This is SBL, and of course, we have a lot of topics, interesting topics to discuss that affect you personally, globally as well.
You're welcome. Amin, good morning.
Good morning to you, Mr. Chooks. Good morning, Toby. Good morning, Nigeria.
You're welcome.
Welcome to SBL.
That's good. Great. Now, let's get straight into it. It has to do with petroleum marketers. Then they are telling the federal government, subsidize crude to curb pump price. Okay. Now, the petroleum product marketers have said that the only way to protect Nigerians from sudden surge in petrol prices is for the federal government to sell crude to Dangote refinery and other local refinery at subsidized rates. Now, they want that without this happening, without this intervention, rising crude costs could quickly translate into higher pump prices. Now, marketers are also arguing that domestic refineries remain exposed to international crude pricing despite refining locally, yes, limiting their ability to stabilize fuel costs. On their part, they are saying that subsidized crude supply would help smooth price volatility and ensure affordability and affordable petrol for customers under the deregulated market framework. Specifically, the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, they have appealed to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to approve crude subsidy, is that what subsidy, for domestic refineries and extend Naira for crude arrangements to other modular refineries nationwide. The association is also saying that the move will support local refining, reduce import dependence, and also prevent sudden price shocks that could worsen inflation and strain household incomes across the country. We've talked about this somehow on this particular table. But now, coming from the Association of Petroleum Marketers, we know very well that a lot of them tilt towards, earlier on they were tilting towards importers of this particular product. Now we see them talking about subsidy on crude to refineries. Are you seeing something somehow political, or are you seeing business, or are they really thinking towards an open deregulated market?
I feel like the petroleum marketers, they are waking up to reality.
Okay.
And they've seen that the body language of the country, both the consumer, even the industry and the government, is towards energy independence, such that we rely on our locally refined fuel. So they are trying to adjust, and they are making a good argument, even though I don't agree with the arguments. What I will advocate for is, in our budget, we have benchmark for oil prices. For 2026 is $60 per barrel. So I think we should start making provision for benchmark for local refiners too. So we'll say in our budget as well, we have benchmark for production to say we want to produce 1.5 million barrels per day, 2 million barrels per day. There should be a benchmark to say, okay, from the 1.5 million barrels per day, we are going to feed 500,000 to local refiners at this benchmark, regardless of what the global oil prices is saying. So now we know that our Bonny Light the price just rose to $70 per barrel, and that is why Dangote fuel increased by 100 Naira. So I want to see a situation where we can have a fixed price, at least for now, for this immediate time, have a fixed rate to say our benchmark for our local refiners is going to be $60 per barrel, regardless of what the international crude price is saying. And then of our 1.5 million barrels per day, we have to feed them 500,000. We have to feed them 300,000 at that price. So, and that is what I will advocate for. But our experience with subsidy in this country, I don't want anything to be subsidized, not energy. If anything is going to be subsidized, it has to be something that is more fundamental, like health, like housing. But Energy, I don't want to see that kind of subsidy, but we can make an arrangement that will encourage local production and give like a shock and stability to fuel prices.
Okay. Do you buy what Amin is saying?
Yeah, absolutely. This looks like a targeted subsidy,
Okay.
and we must, of course, ensure that we don't recreate the problems we had with subsidy at some point in this country. So, since on this table, we try to also advise, give out our own 2 cents of advice to the government, is to, of course, put a time frame towards this this demand from marketers of subsidizing the price, and then if they're looking at making the first buy a naira-based purchase, then they must be you must have this assurance that you are not going to, of course, use it for a long time. So it has to be time-based. There must be a timeline to avoid previous or to recreate previous subsidy problems that we've had in the country. Like I said, energy is not something that I personally would advise that we start going back to subsidy, but just to have like a price that people can come to in the morning and not be scared of what will happen at night, then I think it's a good advice to go ahead with the short-term subsidy.
Okay. The Crude for Naira initiative, this is the second running of it. The first time has expired, and this is the second running of it. And Dangote majorly is the person that is having that particular arrangement set up for. Now, they are also advising that should also reach other refineries, other small refineries. But now the question we want to ask is, which and who are these small refineries? Because we want to know if crude is going to A or B, like we know that there's a quota going to NNPC refineries on a regular. We will now ask the questions, okay, from what is going to NNPC and other refineries, can you be specific in telling us, okay, what is coming out from there? What amount of byproducts or refined product is coming out from there? And who is also benefiting from, who should benefit from this at the end of the day?
Well, for me, I think that's where the whole concept of transparency comes in. On this table, we've always talked about the industry of our oil sector, how we don't really get to know what's happening in there. We just hear figures, hear more paperwork. We don't see what the processes look like. So it's an issue of transparency. Let's know what. You could have a listing of certain refineries that are going to get benefits, of course, from this government subsidy structure that we're looking to, or we're advising the government to go into. Put it out there. Let's be transparent enough, because once we get this, transparent culture or transparency in culture, it begins to breed, or it produces what we call responsibility. People now they can tell that we can point to who and who are either going above price, the final pricing structure or style, and then we can know how much you're getting, for how much and how much fuel you're getting or crude you're getting from the government, and what it looks like with the list of refineries that are going after this price. Because at the end of the Dangote, yes, is like the forerunner of this entire reason why we are here discussing this. But again, it's not just to say Dangote and others. Dangote and what other refineries, what other marketers, what other...
Dangote we know.
We know, exactly. So let's be transparent enough to put out the names. If not, it's just going to be a case of, we don't know, allegedly, quote unquote, probably you have 3 refineries that are just in the loop collecting these things, and we don't see what figures are going to them, what they are doing, and it affects the bigger picture.
Okay. While we're looking at it not affecting the bigger picture, now let's be specific. NNPC is owned by Nigeria. Nigeria serves Nigerians, which means whatever NNPC is planning to do, or the federal government is planning to do, is to take care of her citizens. So it's not just about making FX. So if Nigeria decides to say and go by the way of, just like you said, let's have a benchmark for crude for local refining and a specific amount. Now put yourself in the part of the importer. What will you say?
Like I said, the importers, they need the good thing is the market is still very much open, and they just need to compete. But I don't think they're in a good place to compete. I like that the window is still open, so it brings competition to the industry, and that helps pricing, fair pricing. So, but I don't see how they can be at advantage, especially if they are importing from Europe and America. You are looking at logistics, you are looking at more higher overhead. So a local refinery, a big one like Dangote, will always be at an advantage, in my own opinion, because you are looking at cheaper labor, and you are looking at there's no logistics, it's just within the countries. In fact, Dangote is even going beyond to take on local logistics to show how much at advantage he is. You know, the petroleum product marketers, they can't afford to do that. So, like I said, the days of their business is numbered. If I were them, I'll be looking at how to diversify, because by the time we have other refineries in full swing, there's no way they will be able to properly compete. Maybe by bringing substandard fuel, and that is where NMDPRA needs to come in to now start, they need to set up their laboratory and test the kind of fuel that comes in. That's the only way I see them competing. But imported fuel from Europe, with logistics, with labor costs priced in international currency, I don't see how they can compete at the long run.
Just like you said, let me take your words. Their business days are numbered.
Right.
If we continue in this trajectory.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's also look at ability for Dangote and other refineries to get feedstock, which right now we are getting around about 1.6 million barrels a day, and the refinery is 650,000 barrels a day, so it's not possible for Nigeria to supply Dangote or what he needs. It's a segment of analysts and some brains have said, okay, good and fine. Is it possible for the refineries to also invest in exploration? Since we have oil blocks out there, is it possible for, let's say, okay, federal government, hey, tell them to go and invest in also pulling this out of the ground? Is it something that, let's say, will cancel every law that might stop them from doing that? Is it a possibility that you advise them to explore?
Yes, so is not necessarily Dangote directly going into the upstream, but Dangote can have an arrangement with other investors to have a symbiosis kind of relationship. Because if a company is exploring oil and they're able to sell to a local refiner without putting it on the ship, it saves them some money, and it guarantees them ready markets. Because don't forget, a few weeks back, Nigeria's oil was just sitting there during the conflict with Iran. The oil was just sitting there. We could not find buyer. So, in as much as we like to believe that there is a steady market for the crude oil, it's not all that. So if there's a guarantee to say, okay, if we exploit this oil, there is a refinery that is willing to take it, and both companies can have stake in each other's businesses to say, okay, if Dangote now refine and make a profit, the upstream player gets a profit. And when the upstream gets profit, Dangote gets profit too. It's going to be similar to what we have with MRS and Dangote. They have a relationship where Dangote supplies to them at a certain price, and they are able to scale their business. A few weeks back, across the country, we all see queue in front of every MRS station because they are selling at a price that other filling stations cannot get because of their relationship with Dangote. So yeah, that is something that can work, but it does not necessarily have to be Dangote bringing out the crude oil. They can facilitate an investor to come into that space. They can support with investment and have that kind of symbiosis relationship.
Okay, having that kind of symbiosis relationship, let's talk about the people. If we have a lower cost of fuel, it affects every other thing in the economy.
Yeah, that's
everything.
correct.
It affects even the baba, it affects the man selling pepper in the market.
Yeah.
It affects everybody. So at the end of the day, this particular story is ability to bring down the cost of PMS, diesel, every one of those derivatives. And let's look at the people. If we make comparison and look at countries like Libya, they sell their pump prices way lower than ours. Some other countries like that, which means there's something they are doing and refining for their people in mind. Not also trying to make sure they drive businesses out. How can we achieve that here without subsidies that almost crumbled us?
It goes back to the kind of government policies that are put out there. The people cannot, on their own, go get crude and refine it. It still goes back to from the top, you understand?
That would be bunkering.
Exactly. So, thank you. That's the word, bunkering, and that's, of course, illegal. We know what we're dealing with when it comes to that. So, it's not really about, to be honest, it's not really about the people. It comes, of course, first from the kind of policies that are put out there. You made a statement just now. You said, of course, we should not then look at the prices like, I'm the only one in the market or something. We need to understand that once the government policies, of course, are designed in a way to favor the people, then you realize that your life gets easier. We were celebrating the fuel at, I think at 7.89 at some point. 7.39, and then all of a sudden 100 naira went on to this price, and we can all tell, if you buy a 10,000 naira fuel now, you know how light it is compared to when it was 7.39, and that shows that if it goes down to some of us were hoping and we're being optimistic that it was going to go down to as 500 thereabout, but of course policies, markets playing, the players, stakeholders, everyone wants to make money as well as the final consumers. So it starts from the top. If they can, produce certain policies that are people-oriented, then you see how the natural human person would react to it positively, because you want to do your business. You want your business to, of course, as well, of scale. You want to get profit and all of that. So it affects the prices of production, affects generally everything, transportation and the rest. So, and once these things in the structure of the daily human life gets affected, then it affects we the people, because we're the final consumers. We're the ones using the transportation. We're the ones fueling our cars for public transport, generators and the rest. So, of course, first things first, we need to get the policies right. If we don't get the policies right, then nothing will actually happen.
Okay, getting the policies right. Now, let's get to another piece of information that is affecting not just us, but it's going to hit on the budget. It has to do with production output. Now, Nigeria's crude export is going to drop 225,000 barrels. Now, reason Nigeria crude exports are expected to decline by about 225,000 barrels per day in February. This is coming from the reason being the due scheduled turnaround maintenance of the Bonga floating production storage and offloading vessel. The shutdown affects one of the country's largest deep water production assets, and that asset belongs to Shell Nigeria Exploration and Production. Now, they are the operators of the Bonga field, and they confirmed that the development will happen. This was said in a statement issued on Sunday, that was yesterday. The company said maintenance is part of the routine operations to ensure safety, reliability, and long-term efficiency of production facilities. Now, analysts noted that the timing comes as Nigeria seeks to stabilize crude output and boost foreign exchange earning from export. The temporary reduction in volume may affect short-term export revenue and crude availability for the international market. Market watchers expect output to resume normal levels once the maintenance is complete, emphasizing the importance of operational stability for sustaining national oil income and fluctuating global demand and prices. Okay, this all has to do with planning. Before now, they knew this was going to happen. So in your mind, should we be having this kind of effect? Because if they planned well, we shouldn't be having shortfalls. No, something somewhere should have been able to augment for that.
Regardless, they have to, at some point, shut down to maintain. And I don't think it's going to have so much effect on our budget because, like we said, the benchmark for oil price is $60 per barrel. Now is over $70 per barrel, which is more than 10% increase. So I feel like it's going to even out. And by the time this is going to last for a month, by the time they resume production, our oil revenue is going to shoot up because, I mean, the over 10% increment in global oil prices is now going to reflect. But for now, I feel like it's going to even out. It's not going to really show. My own opinion.
I think
225,000 barrels per day for 30 days.
Yeah, that's about
that's much.
That's about
huge.
15%. If that's about 15% in a month, and you are looking at a 12-year calendar. So by the time you divide that 15% shortfall, if you divide it by 12 months, it comes to about 1.5% less earning. Then if you now add the over 10% increment in the benchmark price, at the end of the day, it still is 1.5% less that we are going to lose if they don't produce for 1 month.
We're looking for 1.8. We're looking at hitting 1.8, and now we are reducing to almost 1.3 something
for just a month for maintenance. It's better than shutdown.
To be fair, maintenance routine. Sorry, I mean maintenance routine is normal.
Yeah, but most
I think
you plan ahead.
So I think the lesson here is basically to see how vulnerable some of our major assets are.
Okay.
You know, there's a maintenance happening right now, and we are already stressed about this particular industry. So what exactly should we be learning from this? It means that we need to start focusing more on other assets. If the oil sector, the oil industry needs to undergo certain maintenance, we should not be fidgeting. If we have other major assets that we're, of course, putting in more energy, more maintenance over time, you definitely at some point have to fix your house, which of course will make you uncomfortable for a while. You are making some, if you need to renovate your house or your company or some sort, you will be uncomfortable for a while because you have to probably move to one side. But if you've built a place or a home that can accommodate, you and your folks for then you will not fidget. What we are fidgeting right now because of the output for these 225,000 barrels, because we don't have major assets like our oil that we've of course put in more energy. We've put in more energy over time, and that's just a problem.
Okay, we're still suffering the infrastructure issue, whereby we don't have a fallback to fix the main one.
But it's a private facility, and the government is trying hard to ramp up our oil production. They are settling conflicts in communities all over the country where oil exploration was stopped due to conflicts. We see the one in Rivers State, and oil exploration is set to resume as soon as possible, and they are exploiting new sites like the Ekpokia in Ogun State. There's a new site in Ondo State as well.
Yeah, and also
as well as Lagos.
Chad Basin is also up for grabs.
So government is doing its best to ramp up production, but maintenance like this cannot be.
We can't run away from it.
It has to happen. But we just need to ramp up production so that we are producing more than what we need in our OPEC quota. So when things like this happen, we have something to fall back on.
Okay, when things like this happen, we have something to fall back on. There's always a plan B, and that is necessary. Taking us straight to the market watch, Nigerian equities. Now, Nigerian equities surged 6.27% in January, finishing very strong. Nigerian equities market closed January 2026 on a very strong note. Now, 6.2% is a good one in the first trading month of the year. Investors' optimism drove the broad-based gains. Now, the rally saw more than 15 billion shares exchanged, reflecting a renewed confidence after a volatile pro-season. Tracked by the all-share index, the market advanced from 155,612.9 points to 165,370.4, gaining 9,757.5 points and breaking above the 160,000 level for the first time. Also remember that for the first time, we went above 100 trillion capitalization. Now, analysts are also saying that the move was supported by bargain hunting, improved liquidity, and positioning ahead of earning releases. Most of the gains were recorded in the first 3 trading weeks, when the index peaked above 166,000 points. This is a mild pullback in the final second. Week trimmed returns slightly, but did little to alter the positive monthly performance. Market watchers, includes you, have said sentiment remains constructive, though near-term volatility is likely. We want to keep seeing the positive, want to keep seeing the greens, but hey, we are ready for what the market brings. Keep investing, keep trusting, and keep believing in Nigerian companies. We'll ask this question again. We'll never stop asking this question. A lot of monies are coming into the market from outside this country. We also saw a whole lot of movement from Nigerian players in December. Should we call ourselves to order and say, hey, let's invest more here?
Yeah, there's that advocacy, and we can see from the upper class and the elites, there is a lot of movement. They are fully participating in this. But for average Nigerians, we need to adjust the cost of living so that when people have more disposable income, they will be able to invest. I believe a lot of the middle class and people beyond that middle class are scrambling to survive. They're in the survival mode, and you can't tell people they are trying to survive to invest. So we need to look at our cost of living. So we need to look at our average income, and government needs to see how it makes sense for people to live within that income. There is so much that can be done in housing. There is so much government regulation that needs to be done in housing. There is so much that needs to be done in transportation. There's so much that needs to be done in healthcare. So all of these are what determine average citizens' disposable income. So if government is not fixing this, we have to rely on foreign investment. So all of these good policies will only benefit money from outside, and maybe remittance for our people in diaspora. But for people living in Nigeria, there is a structural problem around cost of living, and that is directly affecting disposable income, and that is why a lot of people locally can no longer invest.
Okay, talking about people locally investing and not investing, now let's look at that cost of living. They said if you're in Lagos, if you can take care of landlord and take care of transportation, 99% of your problem is solved.
Just floating, actually.
You're just...
Yeah, that's, just broke it down. You notice when you were talking about this particular topic earlier, you realize that, yes, it shows confidence. There's a confidence signal in it. Breaking the 160,000 mark shows that a lot of people, and there's more awareness about investments. December, we saw the way, it was, and you can tell that this particular generation of, corporates, let me use the word 9 to 5, and business people, they're looking to secure their future more. So investments, of course, opens up. There are people in the diaspora looking at, okay, what happens after 10 years, 5 years, 20 years of me staying abroad? I want to come back home to have something, or I want to be able to monitor something without having to have a physical asset in Nigeria. So you see the market, of course, blooming. But again, you notice that there's a pull back of, resources from the investment platforms. Why? Because of what Amin just mentioned. People are actually floating. So you invest one money today, either using one of these, investment platforms, and then the rainy days come. You go back, you pull out money. It does not mean that people are losing faith in investment. It just means that people can't, there's a lifestyle or there's a living condition locally that stretches people out. And then at the end of the day, while they invest, when the rainy days come, they go, but they run back to their investment, take out that money. This is supposed to be, investment is supposed to be a long-term stuff. It's not, it depends on your personal whatever, but it's supposed to be a long-term stuff, 6 months, 1 year, some can go as far as 5 years, 10 years. Depends on how you want your investment portfolio to look like. But you notice a lot of pullbacks with regards to monies invested into these platforms, into these stocks and the rest, because people have to survive. And it should not be that way. A fraction of your salary, a fraction of your earnings goes into investments, 10%, 5%, 20%, 50%, depending on how much you earn monthly, weekly. But it should not be a case of you put that money in there and 10 days, 5 days, you go back there, pull it out again. It affects, of course, the market. It affects what it looks like at the end of the month, at the end of the week, at the end of the day, at the end of the closing of trading day. So it goes back to the bigger structure, like Amin mentioned, the living condition of the let's use the word local people is being threatened. So it's not enough to just invest. You keep seeing this volatility in the structure of how the market looks like every day, because people are putting in their investment, they're taking it out again. They put in buy 10 shares, take out 5 because they have to survive. So, and this is real life experience that I've seen from people. So.
Okay, we really need to see the policies as they work. We want to see it translate down to the table as it concerns the dinner table as it concerns ability to have the roof over your head and be mobile as it concerns business and work. We want to see the common man not just cry and shout anymore, but be able to live, survive, and also be an investor in the market. We're going on a very short break, and when we return, we'll go to infrastructure development as it affects government and you. Don't go anywhere. SBA will be right back.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you say alert the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbuefi. They don't walk that bar road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbuefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. This is still SVL SOUQ business landscape. Hey, the discussion must not happen on this table alone. We want it to also translate to you where you are, your office, at home. You could even be in a bus or your car. So hey, go on our social media platform, all of them, and look for SOUQ News Television. Like us, follow us, share, comment. But remember, share. Let your friends, your neighbors, let them know that we are here, your business education and development blog. It is us. So let's do that. And remember, drop those comments. Any of the stories we've talked about, or we are talking about, or we've talked about before, and you want us to revisit, just drop those comments and we will be there. We will reply you. And this conversation must not stop here. Remember, I'm still here. SOUQ is here. Amin is here. And Toby is here. Now let's talk about infrastructure development. State FCT, that's the Federal Capital Territory, they received 2.45 to be specific, trillion naira for infrastructure and security support. Now mark the word, support. It's not as if maybe it's a bond they're supposed to pay back. The total amount disbursed to state government and the Federal Capital Territory as financial support for infrastructure and security projects has risen to 2.47 trillion. 2.47 trillion. Now, this is according to the official record from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. The funds were released between March 2024 and August 2025, covering a 17-month period. The disbursements were aimed at boosting infrastructure development and strengthening security operations at the subnational level, as government confronts rising insecurity and widening infrastructure deficit nationwide. Now, details contained in an internal document submitted at the December 2025 Federal Account Allocation Committee meeting showed the support was part of a broader effort to stabilize communities and improve service delivery. Analysts said while the scale of funding reflects urgency, outcomes will depend on transparency, effective project execution, and accountability at state level. They want that without clear tracking and impact assessment, large allocations may fail to translate into measurable security improvement or infrastructure update. Now, we're looking at 2.45 trillion in 17 months, given to states and the Federal Capital Territory. Now, it's not part of the SOUQ allocation. Let's get this out now. It's not part of the SOUQ allocation. SOUQ allocation is different. There are gentlemen on this table. Gentlemen on this table, 2.45 trillion. Have this translated to the desired infrastructure? Or let's even look at the security itself. Has this, now, this is not also security vote. Let's not. This is not also security vote. Has this in any way translated to improved security at the state level?
The answer is simple. The answer is no. The only states and, territory that has something significant to show, in my opinion, is Lagos State and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. That's the only two. You don't need to go to Abuja for you to know that Wike is making giant strides in terms of infrastructure development and even security. 3 years ago, when this new administration came in, we know what the security challenge was in Abuja. It was kidnap. It was one chance every other week. Now, we have pockets of incidents happening, but it's not as frequent. It's maybe once in 3 months, once in 4 months. And improvement can be done, but he has made a lot of progress in terms of security, in terms of infrastructural development, in, transportation, the monorail works from the airport to the central business district. They've been running it for free for over 2 years now. There is the BRT buses. There is, they just launched another electric buses from the airport to convey people to various parts of the city. So you can see that he has started the water project for the satellite towns as well. And so many road construction is going on even in the rural areas. So we can see that in Lagos State, you cannot overemphasize what is going on from, bridges to roads and the local government are complementing what the state government is doing to rail projects. These are what we should be talking about at this time. Road construction is basic, so we want to see other things. And like I always clamor, we want to see states replicate the BRT service nationwide, because transportation is very, 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 very important for the regular people. This is what take their money every single day. Every single day, people spend money in transportation. So BRT service is something that we need to see across board. But to answer your question, this money and the FAC allocation that has tripled has not reflected at all. Government cannot single-handedly give everybody money, but investment in housing, investment in transportation, investment in health is something that can touch every household, and we need to prioritize that. So it's almost like you are constructing roads for the elite, for the rich people. If there are no affordable transportation for the everyday regular people that want to send their kids to school or they want to go to work themselves.
Constructing road for the elite. Okay. I'm still looking at that amount, 2.45 trillion. And let's look at the security challenges we've been facing and see how much the federal government has given to the subnationals. At this point, should we not be calling out state governors?
Yeah, well, first, you should, but as well, before we start calling out, we also need to, give a shout out to the ones that are at least doing their best, trying to put in this money to use. I mean, no one cares about the money rolled out per se. It's about the value for the money that was put out there. How does it affect us generally as citizens? The roads you've built, the security measures you've put in place. Every now and then, for example, using Lagos as an example, we talk about insecurity happening in some parts of Lagos. Personally, I don't think it's simply because the government is not trying to eradicate that. I think it's just the structure that is put in place with regards to the living condition. Every now and then I talk about what can be done in that place to revamp the environment, to give safety. Once infrastructure also brings safety one way or the other, to the people living in the environment. I can't remember the particular bridge that the commissioner just mentioned, that they're trying to restructure the underneath of that bridge right now. Obalende. That's one place in Lagos that needs, of course, restructuring as well too. There's also a need for the maintenance culture to be elevated. Last week, I went picking up my uncle from the airport, and as we drove past Oshodi, we saw how dysfunctional and abandoned that project was. That's money wasted. So if we're talking about infrastructure, we're also talking about maintenance culture. That's an area that, if, of course, the government focuses more energy into, because we have spent a certain amount of money in that environment, maintain it properly, you would see results for money. It's about value for money, not really about the money put in. 2.45 trillion. Yes, it sounds like a lot of money, but it is a lot of money when you start seeing results, really. Because, 2.45 trillion, not to one state. Is this to one state?
2.45 trillion is roughly well over 3% of our national budget.
When you look at the national budget, it's yes, you can question it. But we're looking at, I'm talking about the let's use what capital put into the states for.
Yes. It's for infrastructure and security, not FAC allocation. I don't know if you understand. Not
I get
support.
It's a support. It's like stipends.
That is not stipends. 2.45 is not stipends. Take from us, go and fix this issue.
I think
add what you have and fix this.
I think it's also it still goes back to the mentality of placing value to the money. It's a lot of money, yes, but again, that's why I brought up the concept of maintenance. There are a lot of projects, for example, in Lagos that needs maintenance, and you'll be able to spend this money well if you appropriate this, funds to the right places, and not just you start to know when you look at Lagos, you see a lot of times they want to make new projects, they want to do new roads, but the real issue is not making new roads. The issue is fixing up some of the roads that actually creates delay.
Okay.
Lagos Airport, International Airport Way, they put 2 bumps on a tiled road. The road is good, no faults, nothing, but you went to put 2 bumps, causing traffic. I think at the last year, November, October period, you are seeing traffic of about 1 hour, 45 minutes for a road that you ordinarily just breeze out. You breeze in, breeze out.
Because of those bumps?
Yes. So these are areas where you spend money that now they've removed the 2 bumps. Okay. But I think they removed 1. That's money wasted, one way or the other. So it's really about value for money, not really about the money released by governments. What do they use this money for? And how do they make sure that this money is, of course, create value for the people?
Okay. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, we will continue, but don't go anywhere. SBO will be right back.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
First of all, be rebranded.
It said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. It's still SVL. Now let's go straight to economic development. Now, as it concerns agri, mind you. Now, the CPPE, they've urged the federal government to implement National Farm Price Stabilization Framework. The Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprises has called on the federal government to establish a rules-based National Farm Price Stabilization Framework to shield Nigerian farmers from recurring price shocks and income losses. Now, the proposal aims to create predictable and fair pricing for agricultural produce and support sustainable farming and rural livelihoods. This has been long coming. Not yet, though. Now, the call was made in a statement signed on Sunday by the CPPE Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Muda Yusuf. He said farmers currently face exposure to import-induced price crashes. They also are exposed to seasonal glut, exposed to distress sales, which undermine income stability and discourage investment in that particular sector. Now, he is urging that the absence of structured mechanism hampers the broader agricultural value chain, affecting processing, storage, and market development. Now, analysts are warning and noting that a transparent rule-based stabilization system could incentivize local production, enhance food security, and reduce vulnerability to global price swings while promoting long-term economic growth in Nigeria's agricultural sector. For a very long time, we have seen a lot of board meetings upon board meetings, secretariat meeting upon seminars. But it's very difficult for us to see this translation from the board meeting to the farm, from the board meeting to the house of Yusuf, somewhere in Sokoto, from the board meeting to the local government chairman whose job it is to hold Ada in Ebonyi or hold Kule in Akute and get these policies working for them.
This is not
How can we start breaking these issues?
This is not a good policy. We are paying attention to the wrong thing.
Mm-hmm.
So if the global prices of food is cheaper than yours, then there's a problem. You fix the problem. So the problem is for us to be able to produce at a price that can compete
anywhere
globally. So, but when you say
that the price that can compete or the price is even lower than what they are producing.
Exactly, that can compete. That's what I mean. That can compete. Competing is having an advantage. So that is what we should focus on. All our Greek institute, research institutes, what are they doing? All the money that we are budgeting for agriculture, how does it translate to mechanized farming for us? How does it translate to training? How does it translate to fertilizer and other things that can help our yield, that can give us competitive advantage? When you say that we should stabilize price, what it simply means is that bag of rice is 100 naira at the time that we are planting. Government keep it at that price. By the time we have it, so we can sell at that price. And then what does that mean for me and you? It means when we are able to buy a bag of rice now for 45,000 naira, government should freeze it at 100,000. That's simply what it means. We cannot continue to do policies that only favor a few part of the society and not favor everybody. How about you work on how we can have improved yield, bumper yield, the farmer make money and the people can buy cheaper food? How about we work on that? We have 45%, 50% of our arable land are uncultivated because we don't have enough people that will carry hoe and cutlass. How about we deploy tractors? Governors will come out, they will buy 200 tractors and they will take pictures.
And leave it in the government house.
And leave it in the government house. Even the 200 tractors are not deployed. But let's look at it. Epe alone as a local government, 200 tractors is not enough because you can't say it's only 200 farmers that are in Epe. So a tractor should be able to go for it just like average citizen have a car. That is how important the tractor should be for the farmer. They should have it. Every farmer should have a tractor, should have all that mechanized equipment.
That's for large-scale farmers.
For everybody, nobody should be carrying hoe and cutlass. Anybody that is a farmer that you say farming is your profession.
2026.
You cannot make money without tractor.
They can share. Small-scale farmers can share.
I disagree, sir. If you if you say again, if you are not doing farming in your backyard, if you say your profession is farming, you should have a tractor. You should have a tractor.
You should own one.
You should own one.
You should have a tractor or you should have access to a tractor.
You should have one at this time.
At this time.
At this time, you should have one.
The tractors, let's also look at cost. Let's look at cost.
How much is tractor now?
So it depends on the tractor.
Yes, on average price. on average price.
It's well over 20 million.
Exactly. Every farmer should have one. I'll tell you why. Across this country, Sienna buses are shared to political patronage.
Okay.
Do you understand? So if politicians in every state can give out 500 Siennas, 1,000 Siennas, over the weekend we watch the news. In Rivers State, brand new ICE buses
with lot of ambulances.
And are giving out to party patronage just to support the president.
Okay,
so if you can do that, why can't we give all our farmers tractors? It's just priority. We just need to get our priority right.
Can I throw some spanner in this conversation of yours? Okay, now talking about the Sienna buses and the ambulances, is the tractor going to bring votes?
Yes.
Yes, it's going to bring votes. It's going to bring.
Definitely.
It's definitely going to bring votes.
The truth is,
how many votes?
No. Let me tell you, Mr. Chooks. Let's break it down. We just need
to educators. Let them know.
We just need to
distributors of the Sienna buses get to know.
Yes, we just need to get our priorities right.
Okay.
Now, food prices are crashing, and every member of the ruling party comes on TV to brag about how much food prices are crashing. But we all know it's induced by importation, which is a policy somersault, which is against the kind of Nigeria that we want, especially as agriculture is part of where we have comparative advantage. We have the manpower, we have the land, we have the soil, we have the weather. So we have no business importing food. But hey, that is what we've resorted to doing. But the politicians is able to go to the TV to brag about that. How about we deploy some of this money into farming so that the food prices can crash naturally, domestically, which means there will be so much job. Imagine if this food dependency and these prices is coming from the productivity of our farmer. It means everybody in my village is directly or indirectly engaged in farming, because that is what 70% or 80% of them can do. Is farming. Because if you look again at our literacy percentage, 70% of Nigerians are not educated. So how can you engage them productively if not farming? I need somebody to educate me. So we gloat about poverty eradication in Nigeria, as far as I know it, is improve agriculture, mechanized agriculture. That is the only way we can eradicate poverty, because there goes food sufficiency and there goes employment. That is how we can completely wipe out our unemployment, and not the Bureau of Statistics 4%, where they say, even if you are engaged once in a month, you are unemployed. No, people can actually be engaged throughout the year with agriculture if we advance our agriculture to global standards.
Just to add to what Amina said, it's not enough to just sit down. Every now and then, trust me, we have a lot of conferences on agricultural, in the agricultural sector. We're trying to, this private company is partnering with this particular local government or this state to see what they can do. They create an harmonized policy. But policies are just paperwork. If you don't try to get it practicalized, you will not get results. And a lot of times, in this period, we have to be very careful so we don't fall back to costly subsidy structures that we've actually, miraculously found our way out of it. Because everyone is demanding subsidized price and all of that. I understand, but it's still because we have policies that are not we cannot practice in real time. You talked about tractors being dispatched to people, farmers, and how expensive they are. Trust me, if the government wants to get every farmer a tractor to work, it is possible. I like the angle. You brought up the Sienna, angle. Yes, you see every now and then the government comes to tell you they've dispatched about 20, 50 vehicles to the police officers. They've dispatched about the political side. You see hundreds of cars, especially Sienna, with the logo and their faces all over. You can do these things for your farmers. You can give them, access to affordable seeds, for their planting season. You can give them proper machines to work. They would be happy. They would vote you again and again. You think anybody wants to use and cutlass to work? Tons of farm acres of farm You see some farmers go to the Ekpe area. My mom has a farm in Magodo. As small as that environment is, she has a farm there. And when it's time to work, she gets about 5 to 7 Hausa farmers that are active and agile enough to work. If she gets a tractor, that takes away the stress. Yes, there's an employment issue there, but when you have more people, when you have more tools, when you have more machines, it gives room.
Farm more land.
You farm more land to advance, to improve, and you get more products, from your farm. So I mean, this issue of demand and supply also affects these things. You don't get enough, you don't get enough output from your farm because you have just 3 people, 2 people. You know how our grandparents do these things now. Then everybody take their children down to the farm. You take your own section, I take my own section. Get a tractor in there, get 2 tractors in there, and see what comes out of the place. So it's very important that we just don't sit down in conference halls, in seminars, talking about policies, how does it affect the people. No, these are ChatGPT, created documents. Let's go into the farm. What do you want? What do you need? If we give you this tractor, how many tons of yam can you bring? How many can you produce for us? It's practical.
The only way I want government to intervene in prices is when the supply is so much because of our improved productivity. Government can now step in to now start buying off farmers and put in our strategic reserves so that price can be stabilized. That's the only way. And government can say, oh, in every state, we have so tons of rice, we have so tons of beans. So in case of emergency, we have a strategic reserve for that.
Okay. We want to see things grow, and we really want to see hands get dirty. Not just hands carrying files or laptops or those very beautiful proposals like Toby will say, those beautiful ChatGPT produced materials. We want to see hands dirty. And Amin has given us this particular take that it's possible for every farmer to have a tractor. If the Nigerian Union of Road Transport Workers can get buses every election cycles for free, farmers can also get tractors. Even if it's not for free, but at least they can have access to tractors. If you can't buy it to them, then let the local government make it available at a free cost. Everybody should be able to have access to it and know how to use it. We don't want to see the food issue of 2 years ago happen again. And we don't want to see farmers that cannot afford to take care of their own children. It's a different thing for food prices to go down. What about the purchasing power? Have people got money in their pockets to buy the food? Now let's talk about health care. Now, Bauchi is considering a law mandating hospitals delivery to curb maternity and mortality, infant mortality. And Bauchi State is considering legislation that would require pregnant women to deliver in hospitals, aiming to reduce high maternal and child mortality. Now, the proposed law seeks to improve access to skilled birth attendants and ensure timely medical interventions during childbirth. State health authorities said the measure is part of a broader effort to strengthen maternal and child health care services, particularly in rural communities where home delivery remain common. Officials noted that hospital deliveries can significantly lower risks associated with complications, infections, and delayed emergency care. Analysts welcome the initiative but urge complementary measures, including improved hospital infrastructure, affordable care, and community sensitization to ensure compliance. They also said enforcement alone may be insufficient without addressing cultural practices, accessibility, and financial barriers. If implemented effectively, now the law could save lives, improve maternal health indicators, and strengthen public confidence in the state's healthcare system. This is one area we have kind of dealt with negatively for a very long time, especially in the northern part of the country. People still prefer the cultural ways of healthcare. It has worked. It can still work, but to what extent have the state invested in those particular cultural ways in the first place? To what extent have they invested in letting people know that a lot of barriers when it comes to culture and religion can be broken? Now they are trying to fight maternal and child, high rate of maternal and child mortality what should the government be doing apart from just going to pass laws?
They need to do a lot of sensitization, and altogether they need to, I mean, even across the country, we need to declare a state of emergency in education. So because you can pass beautiful legislations, you can bring good initiative, but there is a break in transmission in the communication if your people are uneducated. So they can't even read, they don't understand. Even when it's broken down to them, they can't understand where you're coming from. So in the northern part of the country, we've seen how much education is drawing them back. During the last protest in Kano, we see people destroying roads to get scrap metal to go and sell. We see people destroying traffic lights to go and sell as scrap metal. So even if you put the hospitals in place, you put the legislation, if people don't understand where you're coming from because of their poor education, is a problem. So, I mean, it's a step in the right direction. They need to put the legislation. Then the editor noted that they are trying to get experts, midwives too, in those facilities, get the necessary supplies too in those facilities and educate the people. But generally, we should no longer have generations of uneducated people. We want to see declaration of emergency in education across the country. We should, I think we should no longer have any generation of uneducated people.
Okay, talking about generation of uneducated people, there is this particular policy for those that are watching us, for those that will watch us later, in Lagos that has worked, and that has to do with the primary health care. Yes, the federal government has got a primary health care board that is still putting money in primary health care centers. But now, if you look at Lagos primary health care centers, a lot of them in Lagos are full-fledged hospitals outside this place, and they work. And they are in your communities. You go to some places, you see some kind of funny houses, but all of a sudden you see a primary health care.
Yeah.
Well built and it's working. And the primary health care workers also go and reach out to the communities.
Yeah.
How can we start getting other states to copy this kind of things? Because the pregnant woman or the pregnant person or will-be pregnant person in some of these northern states might definitely not be aware of the opportunities available for them to access health care, except they are told. Also, there is also the religious part of it. How can we break these barriers?
One of the hardest things, according to philosophy, to break is the religious mindset and cultural mindset of a man. It takes a long process of reshaping their mindset. Maybe you have to take them out of that geographical environment or zone before they see a different, cultural impact in their lives. So as long as they're dealing with them within their space, you have to, of course, behave like a Roman. They say when you're in Rome, behave like a Roman. So if you're going to take this, what has worked in this side of the, Nigeria, for example, Lagos, to that environment, then you also have to do it in a way that comes off like their culture, their religion. They will adapt to it. I don't think there's anything huge or demanding from what we are seeing right now, other than proper awareness given to them. There's this health immunization stuff that they do in Lagos. They go around to give children certain health care procedures and the rest. These are an act or a procedure that can be done in that side as well to teach them, going from house to house. And it's a trust issue as well. There's a trust issue as well to regards to the affordability of going down to the hospital. So once you go to them, you let them know, we're going to enroll you this period to this period. This is something that must be intentional from the government. Okay, we're going to enroll you from this period to this period, and this is how much it's going to cost you. Can you afford it? What can we do for you? You have to be open to them. You have to give them that sense of ownership to these resources that you are bringing to them. Because if you just leave it as, we built an healthcare, and let's not lie to us. We've seen times without number, countless of times, we've seen what it looks like in this part of Nigeria, their health system and structures. it's questionable sometimes when you see some of these videos online on Twitter and Instagram. So this can also take them away from trusting this platform they are trying to give to them. So you have to, of course, when it comes to infrastructure, put this in place. And when it comes to awareness, you have to go to them as well. Explain to them what the benefits they get, the dangers that are in, and because when we talk about danger, we talk about benefits. These are people that what they've known is they've seen their sisters, they've seen their siblings, their aunties give birth within within their beliefs. So it's hard to just wake up and say you want to push them from that to the health system you're trying to design for them. Despite the fact that they know that some of them they've lost family members through this cultural or religious way of giving birth to children or taking care of their children. It's just what they believe. I was at the hospital on Sunday, and I saw a woman rushing with a child. The child looked malnourished, and you could tell from the other lady that followed her. You know, she was making in a language, she was saying things like, "I told you, let's come to the hospital. Don't use these things you've been using." And the doctor asked, "So what have you been doing to this child?" And then she mentioned what she has been doing, personal health measures from a cultural belief here in Lagos. So it's not really about Lagos or West or South. It's just about what people believe. And to eradicate or to change that mindset, then you have to be intentional about showing them the benefits, showing them the dangers that they can actually stay away from if they get in line with what you're trying to design for them.
Okay, we are looking at being able to cut down by far the high rate of child and maternal mortality rate. It's not acceptable. We have to try our best, and everybody needs to also put their hands to the plow. If you talk and talk, you talk. If you can put your money there, you do. And if you are somewhere in government and you can also help that particular sector, let us keep pushing. Now, and pushing, let's talk about LPG. It concerns every one of us. Nigeria is planning 60+ projects to boost gas production. Nigeria has unveiled plans for more than 60 gas projects aimed at expanding domestic production, supporting industrial use, and increasing export. LPG concerns me, so I talk about it. Now, the initiative is part of the country's strategy to harness the natural gas reserve for economic growth, energy security, and foreign exchange earnings. Officials are saying that the project covers upstream development, pipeline infrastructure, gas processing, and liquefied natural gas facilities. Authorities emphasize that improving gas supply for manufacturing, power generation, and petrochemical industry will reduce reliance on expensive imports and strengthen domestic value chains. Now, analysts are also saying that the planned projects could position Nigeria as a regional gas hub, attracting investment, creating jobs, and boosting industrial competitiveness. Now, however, they caution that the timely implementation, regulatory clarity, and infrastructure reliability will be critical to achieving expected production and export targets. If successful, the program could help diversify the economy while exporting and supporting energy transition and sustainable development goals. We are still in the era of the decade of gas. We are still in the era where government is spending a whole lot in pushing gas to the forefront, even though crude oil still happens to be the major earner in the economy. And gas is supposed to overtake crude oil. That has not happened yet, but we believe somewhere along the line, it will catch up.
It's our strongest transition fuel, so it should be looked into very well.
It should, okay. Now, we are still looking at that particular investment, and gradually, we are looking at being able to pull up 60 projects between, okay, better late than never. But now let's bring this local. Let's localize it. We are still importing LPG as we speak. And we are still flaring gas as we speak. Less investment is going into that particular one. If you are in government, will you just pick out one thing and deal with it decisively, then go to the next one? Or you just, yes?
Government is not a place where you just deal with one thing. It is all hands on deck on everything. And that is why the president has the liberty to get up to, I think the president has 44 people to handle different sector of the economy. A lot of investments, the government have been trying to attract investors in that sector. This same government have a very ambitious goal to lay pipeline all the way to Morocco to be able to feed, to export gas to Europe. So if the president has that kind of ambition, definitely he knows that he needs to ramp up gas production, optimize whatever we are producing to stop gas flaring so that we can be independent of self-sufficient of LPG and then be able to export our excess production. So it's a step in the right direction. Nigeria has been very uninvestable for a very long time. So a year, 2 years of policy consistency is not enough. We need to continue to encourage the government. And we need to put more pressure on the local, the subnationals to implement the micro policies that can translate to everyday well-being and good life for everyday people. The government at the central, they are doing a lot in terms of the macro and physical policies. And that is what I will do if I'm in government, on hands on deck, but I'll put more pressure on the subnationals to do more policies, more micro policies. Mass transit is very, very important. Low-cost housing for everyday people. I'm not saying sell at this time. I'm looking at every state having at least 1,000 flats in every local government that they can rent directly to people, not sell. A lot of people would not be able to buy a house, but a lot of people can live in affordable housing. In all the big economies of the world, subnationals have affordable housing. Sometimes they let house at 2%, 3% of the market value to everyday people. 2%, 3%, because it's government facility. And what that does is it does not only just provide affordable housing for everyday people, it brings an equilibrium. It checks the price of corporate ownership and prices of private ownership. If government is letting out at this price, it forces the prevailing market prices down a little bit too.
Okay. While we look forward to the possibilities of that, now let's talk about power generation. If we see this particular project coming to fruition, amen, we are looking at our ability to supply gas to a lot of the power plants that some have been completed, some are still being built across the country. So that brings us to the next issue, transmission. But let them have gas in the first place. There's 2, 3 that ask the question, we are done, where is the gas?
At the end of the day, it goes back to the framework that contains timeline. I think last week we talked about timeline, how important timeline is. Yeah, when you have an MOU, your MOU governs what and how you carry out activities with regards to whatever project. So if you're done with, you're done with your own side of the bargain, and then you're not getting results from this other side, then that means there's a breach towards whatever agreement. See, frameworks are very important. Frameworks are put out there to help guide activities, help guide a movement towards, government projects, personal projects, private projects. It's very important. So whenever I see, I don't want to use a political word. Whenever I see outros like this on social media, on platforms, what comes to mind is, have you gone to check what guides this activity? And then have you used certainly the mediation room that you've created for your MOU? Have you exhausted it? Because a lot of times some of these discussions just come online. It's not enough just as make an announcement. execution is very key. And in execution, it's not just to execute, it's also to do it properly according to the framework. So now they're complaining, you've not done this. Have you used what areas of your MOU says that, okay, if you don't do this, if you don't get us this within this timeline, then we'll take you to this particular, either to this particular court, to this particular judicial system to get results from you. You've not done that, so time is being wasted as well. So when you start having back and forth online, start having back and forth with papers and policies, so the framework matters, and that's just the area I come from. The framework matters.
Okay, policy implementation as it concerns infrastructure, policy implementation as it concerns end product and that of the user. Everybody has to be in sync. That's where you're coming from. And we look forward to a lot of manufacturing happening. We look forward to a lot of companies happening. But hey, power has to work. Now, talking about power, let's tell you, Presco, they've posted 178.56 billion pre-tax profit. That's up 57% year-on-year. Presco PLC, they reported a profit before tax of 178.56 billion. For the financial year ended 31st December 2025, marking a 57.3% increase from 113.53 billion recorded in 2024. The results were disclosed in the company's unaudited financial statement filed with the Nigerian Exchange on February 30th. Now, that's January 2026. Now, the strong performance was driven by robust revenue growth, improved operating efficiency, and expanded regional operation, which offset the impact of higher costs and financial charges during the year. Analysts attributed the surge to strategic investment in production capacity and market diversification, which strengthened the company's competitiveness position. Now, Presco management noted that sustained operational improvement and disciplined cost management were key contributors to profitability. The company signaled confidence in maintaining growth momentum in 2026, citing continued demand for its product across domestic and regional markets. Okay, dear farmer, dear local government chairman, councillors, this is an agri-business company. So they are in the sector. They've added a whole lot of value to the raw product. Now we see that it's possible. It's very, very possible. So investors, Nigeria is the darling. Don't go anywhere. This is SBL, and we say thank you very much for being part of what. This is the first Monday of the working February. We have a whole lot of other things coming up during the week, so don't go anywhere. Just Africa will be here by 12, and Ima Amulo and Omevi will be here for you. My name is SOUQ News. Thank you very much to everyone in the MCR, behind the camera, and our editors. Thank you very much. Remember, nobody's more Nigerian than you. Play your part. Don't let it for someone else. Thank you.
Well, it was a good one. Thank you for joining us, SBL, today. According to Epicurus, it says, who is not satisfied with the little is satisfied with nothing. So as Nigerians, let us encourage our government, encourage the people that we put in there to serve us, to lead us, and then we'll see results. Thank you.
Amin?
Thank you for being part of SBL this morning. I wish you a great day ahead.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literally said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Eco Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of "I belong" and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco-Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in a proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago, so it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and put in more investment in development of the game itself. Clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of football, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place, and it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18, where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So If we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19 where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place. And there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They've got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our men. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need National Institute of Sports. Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers, I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers, I disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if you are going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club? Yeah, if you build a league that has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We can put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions, you'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they can do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports? So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes. We knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. And I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team. We were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. In Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is a style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the 94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the seniors, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. Strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. The solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you've got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to be top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths, and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship.
Welcome to Cash Crafts, the show that turns your skills and ideas into serious income. Whether you're just getting started or you're already in the business, we'll bring you practical tips, fresh opportunities, and real stories to help you grow literally and financially. I am Grace Komolafe, and today we are digging into horticulture, a vibrant green world where beauty meets business. Ask me why horticulture, and I will give you a mind-blowing answer. So here is it. Horticulture isn't just about flowers. It's food, income, wellness, and sustainability rolled into one. From fresh fruits to ornamental plants, it boosts nutrition, urban design, environmental health, and jobs. With climate concerns rising and food needs increasing, horticulture is fast becoming the new oil. But where is the cash? Let's break it down. 7 green paths to profit, and I take it from 1. Plant nursery. Raise and sell seedlings, ornamental trees, herbs, shrubs. From balcony plants to estate palms, people pay to green their spaces. And 2. Landscaping. Design and maintain outdoor spaces for homes, estates, offices. Think aesthetics plus recurring contracts. And 3. Garden maintenance. Offer pruning, pest control, soil treatment, and seasonal cleanups. A steady side hustle for trained hands. And we move to 4. Horticultural farming. Now grow fruits, veggies, flowers, or herbs. Go organic, go premium. Target hotels, health stores, and home markets. And we move to 5, consulting. Breed new plants, varieties, advise firms, or supply rare seeds. If you're skilled, your knowledge becomes a product. And we move to 6, product marketing. Sell fertilizers, potting soils, seeds, tools, and even ready-to-use grow kits. Offline or online, green goods move. Tip number 7, training or education. You can host workshops, classes, or start a YouTube channel. Gardeners, enthusiasts, and students are hungry to learn. Now, whichever paths you choose, start with research. Visit local horticulture centers. Understand what grows in your region. Learn from experts. Your first harvest may not bring millions, but with time, this business roots deep. Remember, success in horticulture isn't only about soil, it's about strategy. So here is your takeaways. In a world choking on stress, pollution, and processed food, green is gold. Horticulture is low entry, high potential, and if done right, it fits both the body and the bank account. So, what number are you reaching for on our list of 7? All right, that's it for today on Cashcraft. Until next time, I am Grace Komolafe, helping you plant ideas that pay right here on Cashcraft.
Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandate to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. when you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet. And so I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launching was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the renewed hope agenda is that people should be attended to so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, we now want to say that foreign medicine, what we call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
The unexpected rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn, but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroads, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for Ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry?
What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
Great. I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I actually met people that does medium and small. I met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories, big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money.
I'm people man now. I suppose like money very well.
When someone is alive, where is going to be saying? So for now, things are so high. When I'm still learning this business to my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining, this are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge we have.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a hell. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like, the person wants to do the business, it depends. If you have the money, because this business now it's all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital. No amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this level now, per one level now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate one line, two line, three lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Is not a child's play, I want to say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning, but I must say, if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, the number you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can say this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business. The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area AFCFTA offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. Is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. Conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? And what opportunities and challenges will shape its future? Questions you may have quality answers for. See you again on another interesting topic on SOUQ Perspective. I am Grace Komolafe.
Thank you for having me, SOUQ News. I'm excited to be here. My name is Anna Maria Orlu. I am the current Miss Nigeria United Nations. As well as that, I am an actress, a model, and I also am the founder of Little Blessings Foundation, and we focus on orphanages in Nigeria. For me, I feel like it's about bridging the gap between like how the UN can help Nigeria and what ways we can like kind of be a part of the United Nations as a whole. I feel like every pageant queen picks a route that they go towards, right? So some people pick to bridge the gap between like health, bridge the gap, education. I've chosen to help children in orphanages. So after my last pageant, I actually was reached out to. They were like, you did a great job. I really loved how you presented yourself. Would you like to take part in this pageant? And of course I had to do my own research just to see like, is it for me? Is it not for me? I did hesitate a bit only because, you know, you need to just let it sit. I'm used to just making decisions really fast. So I like to just simmer down and kind of do my research. After that, the process was actually a lot of fun. I got to meet a lot of girls from different states and just interact with them and just learn a lot from their background and a lot of the sisterhood and just having fun in that whole 1 week. It's a week process, so it's like boot camp. You're waking up, you're working out, you're visiting different places, you're doing some charity work, different segments like the swimsuit, also evening gown traditional, all of those things. So it is a week of like intense work. It's been good. I think that for me, it's all about what you can do with the crown and not necessarily like the crown, right? The person wearing the crown. What is your interest? How passionate are you? And for me, it's always been important to relate with the everyday girl. Like just because I have a crown on my head does not mean that I cannot go feed the homeless. Doesn't mean that I cannot like be in the streets doing other things with like that may not be, you know, what I live like, you know. So I definitely think that it's opened my eyes to like different opportunities as well, and just like making sure that I am sticking to what my purpose is, and which I think that is my Little Blessings Foundation. I'm currently working on my new project called The Dream Day Out. So basically what it does, it takes children in the orphanages to like amusement parks, zoos, all the things that children don't get to do in those places because they only go to the school and come back. I want them to feel like children. I want them to be able to just not worry about the circumstances, even if it's just for like 5-6 hours. My foundation already donates clothes, shoes, school supplies already. So I just wanted to kick it up a notch and just like try something else that would just enrich their life a little bit. I think yes. For me, I was a foster kid for 10 years, and I think like I might not have got like the same childhood as everybody. Go to different things just because who was gonna fund that? You know, who was gonna take us to the zoo and the park and like things that we really wanted to do? And it was like, I feel like I didn't go to an amusement park till I was like nearly an adult. So I think with that, I wanted to just have something different. I know that a lot of people, and even in Nigeria, donate food and stuff like that. But how are we like enriching their lives? Like how are we making them like not always think about them circumstances of what they're living? That's a really good question. For me, I think that my family also have done a really good job with that as well. My dad is always in Nigeria, and he tried to instill that you're Nigerian no matter what. My mom as well, and my brother never spoke English to me when I was younger. So I was able to understand Ikwere and Igbo, which, nobody even believes that I would understand that because I wasn't born and raised here. So I think my family as a whole really just they try as much as possible to instill that, even though we didn't live together to like a certain age, they still were just like that mental, your mom would be like, if you're around these people, they're not like you, they're not like you. Like my mom would always say that, like, you can't follow these American people, they're not like you. So I think that's always in my head that like, you're Nigerian, like, and I started coming back a lot more too. For me, it's always been anything I'm doing, I have to start at home. I have to start at home because that's where it feels right. That's the purest way to do it for me. So even though now I could go try to be Miss Ireland, but I know that I've done Nigeria first, and that's who I represent at the end of the day, always. So how I knew I could act is because I started off singing, actually. I started off singing. I thought I was going to be a singer. I was very annoying to my family. I was singing everywhere we went. My mom actually encouraged it. She'd be like, go sing at church, go sing. I loved it. And then I got into musical theater because they were like, oh, you could sing. We need somebody who could sing. And that's how I got into acting, because with musical theater, you have to act and sing. So after I was like, wow, like I love this. This is what I want to do. I want to watching yourself, it's so surreal because how other people perceive your work, so if somebody sees something that I do and they're like, oh my God, like I really, like, you touched me, like I believed what you were saying. And that's the stories I want to tell. So I think like after the music theater, I was like, I want to act. Like acting is the destination, and there might be other routes, and I'm just grateful that God blessed me with other talents. Like I sing, I also dance, and modeling. I just feel like everything would lead me into like the final destination, which is acting. I actually did my first Igbo play like this year, which was, different because I've never done that, and also in LA, that's not a popular thing, right? So my last one was an Igbo play, and it was Emeka 1985. It was really, really dope. It was literally about a man who moved from Nigeria to America, and just that transition. Nobody really tells the story of how hard that could be. And for us, we don't even know because our parents did it, right? So that was a really provoking story to tell as well. I really enjoyed that. And I was also in this film called Marche. It's telling a Haitian story about like a Haitian woman, and I was the lead for that as well. There's a lot of films, and short films, feature films, movies that I've done that I feel like they always tell like provoking stories, and that's really what I love. Absolutely, and that's the main reason that after my projects with Little Blessing, I actually start filming a film on the 15th of January. My goal is to be able to work anywhere, and I don't want to just depend on Hollywood to fulfill what I need to do. If I have to be in India working, I will be there. But Nollywood has always been an interest of mine. I've had it on my goal every single year. Like, I need to be in a Nollywood movie. So this is really a great opportunity for me to be here and just meet other creatives, directors, and storytellers, and really get to work here as well. I actually do. I work from home, so I have my laptop. But right now I am a social worker, but I work from home. I think that for me, just my background and my childhood, I never wanted to be a broke artist. being an artist is so hard where, like, you know, it's not stable. One day you have a role and you're working 5 days, and then another 2 months you might not have anything. You're auditioning, you're trying to get something. I just didn't want that to be my life. Like, I want to be able to help my family. I want to be able to take care of myself and not be a burden to my family. So I needed to have a job. I needed to have something that didn't demand maybe as much energy from me, where I could still kind of focus on the art as well. I would say definitely acting. If I can act every day and not have to do anything else, that's the goal. Like, that's really the goal. I'd rather not do any of those things, really. I think that entertainment has always been where I'm supposed to be. And I'm lucky enough that, like, I knew that from a young age, you know. A lot of people don't know what they want to do, and they spend a long time, like, trying to find it, explore different things. From a very young age, I already knew that, okay, you're gonna go to school, because you will not hear the end of it from your parents if you don't, but you're still gonna go and do entertainment. I think those stories, like you say, African American, they have been told a lot, and I think it's because that's people's experiences, right? A lot of people start from their experiences, and for me, I think I really want to tell a lot more about immigrant stories. I think that there's so much that happens when Nigerians or any other like immigrants leave their country and go to America, go to the UK. The things they experience, people don't even tell it enough. Like the things that my dad went through, I only know half of it. And I'm already like, whoa, this is a lot for one person. Especially Nigerians are so resilient, like they can do anything, and just to make sure that they survive in that country. So I definitely want to tell a lot of immigrant stories. I think it's really, in 2024, it's how she was treated was terrible. Like, Nigerians are everywhere. So for me, when I first saw that, I was thinking, I lived in Ireland all my life. If somebody told me that I couldn't compete for Miss Ireland, why not? Why? I have been living there all my life. So I think that it definitely made me feel like, are we moving forward? Like, are we actually, like, as a society, that shouldn't be a thing in 2024. But I'm just happy that she actually went back to her people, because those are the first people who are going to accept you first, right? And look where she is now. So I think that everything probably led her to where she was supposed to be. I think some of the misconceptions is that we're not very smart. We're just pretty, and or some of them are like, oh, they just did it just to have a crown and have the attention or whatever. And I mean, some of those things might be true for some other people, but for me, I feel like I'm a pretty regular girl. Like, I feel like I like to do the same things. One of the things I will say that people will automatically stuck up. Like, we're stuck up. We can't be in certain places. We can't talk to certain people, and that doesn't apply for me. I feel like there are places that I've been, and I'm like, maybe this is not where I would like to come again, but I'm here now, so let me integrate myself. So some of those misconceptions, I think it doesn't apply to every queen. And my daily, like how I live daily, I feel like I work. I do a lot of presenting. I'm also a host, so I do a lot of red carpet events and stuff like that. So I always like to make sure that I am in the entertainment scene, because I know that, like, that's where I want to be. I take care of myself a lot. I do work out a lot. I don't eat the best because I work out a lot, so I compensate for that. But yeah, I think I live a pretty regular life. I just take care of myself a lot. The rest part lacks. I think probably don't sleep enough, but it's just the passion, really. It's the passion to want to do all these things. I think that even my social life is actually pretty good. Like, I go out pretty regularly with my friends, and I travel a lot. I think traveling is really my safe haven. It's where like I feel like, okay, this is where I get to do something I want to do. Like traveling and working out, those are the two things that I'm like, okay, this keeps me sane. But time-wise, I think I have good time management skills. That's another thing too. I think in this industry, you have to have time management skills and just prioritize what you want to do, because you're not going to have time for everything, and tomorrow is another day. So before Miss Nigeria United Nations, I started Little Blessings. So I started Little Blessings like maybe 7 months before I actually did the pageant. So I already had that going where I was supplying shoes, clothes, things like that. So then Dream Day Out came after I became the queen. And I think my mission is just to keep adding initiatives that are gonna enrich these kids' lives, right? Next thing, I want to start looking for grants to fix the orphanages up, because some of them are in such a bad condition. And I think that if we're setting these children up for success, it starts at home. It starts with the basic needs. Like, if you don't have clothes to wear, you're not going to go to school and feel like you want to learn. If your environment is traumatic, you're not going to have that space to want to even be a doctor or a nurse or whatever it is that they might want to be, right? So I think it's just, I want to start with the basic needs. Like, your home needs to be together. Some of the orphanages have holes in them, like water coming, and the kids are comfortable. They just hop over the bucket. And I'm looking around like, wait, this is okay? So I just want to start off with like building that up, and then go and add more and more orphanages that I'm sponsoring. So start getting some from the east. Right now I have in Port Harcourt as well. So just adding more and seeing how we can make a difference that way. Some of the challenges is just working with different people, right? So these things that I'm organizing, I have to reach out to the resort park. I have to reach out to the orphanage, the workers there. I have to like really just work with them. And sometimes, you know, when they hear your accent, the bill goes up. So things like that are really challenging, because it almost means that I have to try to get somebody to do stuff for me instead of I like to do stuff for myself. Like, I'm pretty like dominant in that way. Like, I want to call the resort park and organize stuff. I want to call the sponsorships and make those deals myself. But sometimes it's challenging because I might have to depend on somebody else. Like, for instance, we're getting a bus, right? And we're getting a bus, and I have to have somebody else call because it'd be cheaper when they call. But if I call, when they hear me, they're like, oh, $500K, like the price goes up. So those challenges is what like really bothers me. I think it's just believing that anything is possible. I think that I truly like believe that like I have to make it. And also like your background as well should motivate you, because I didn't come from like an easy background, and for me, I was like, it cannot get down there, so it has to go up. Going to school was very like beneficial to me because I was able to like actually make money, take care of myself, and sponsor my goals. You have to be able to sponsor your goals. Just for acting, you need headshots, you need show reels, like all those things cost money. So I think just first thing, just believing that anything is possible, and it doesn't matter what anybody else tells you. Like, nobody can tell me today that I'm not gonna make it, and I would believe them. And surrounding yourself with people who really like believe that about you too. Like, it took me years to even tell my dad that I was into entertainment, because I had to block out that negativeness. And it's not that they mean it, but you know, African parents, they are focused on stability, and entertainment doesn't sound very stable. So I don't want anybody to project their negativity on me to make me feel like I'm not going to be where I want to be. So that's one thing I had to just block that out. My dad found out that I was Miss Nigeria like after I won, not even through the process, because I don't want anyone to tell me that, oh, you know, you might not get it, you might not know. Why not? Why don't I have those opportunities? So that's why it's really important for me to like try to create those opportunities for other people as well. think for me, one of the things I've had to lose is some friendships. Just because where you are, not a lot of people are supposed to be there with you. And that was hard for me to accept that. Certain people I might have known for a long time are not aligned with my future or aligned with where I am now. So those are things that I'm still like trying to balance, you know, like, because having good people around you is really important, and having people who are going to always uplift you, speak life into you, and just make you feel like you are where you're supposed to be. So I think like that was a main thing for me, where it's like, okay, you may not be able to be around certain places anymore as well. Like, I had to also, and I'm still assessing that, like where you can be and where you can't be. There's certain places now that I feel like as a queen, like you really shouldn't be there. Like it's low-key like not where you can associate with anymore. Some of the upsides is being in certain rooms where you wouldn't have been able to be in as maybe like a regular person, right? Being able to speak to people who are actually change makers, being able to get sponsorships and fundraising, things like that. It's harder. It was harder for me when I wasn't a queen, but I was still trying. I did online sponsorships and everything. So I think that being a beauty queen gets you into different rooms so you can actually speak and people can hear your voice more and hear your initiatives, hear the things that you want to do. Oh, wow. First of all, I love how dramatic Nigerians are. Like, I think it makes my day. Sometimes we're just driving and I'm just looking and everybody is just, it's like a movie. Like, and I love how successful Nigerians are. Like, when you leave Nigeria and you see Nigerians in different countries, like, we are doing amazing things. There's like, out of all the African countries, I just love how determined, how hardworking, resilient, like things now that I see some of my friends in Nigeria do, I'm like, wow, this took you all day. They're like, oh, no, it's no problem. Like, it's not a big deal. But for me, I'm like, that's all day. So I just love how resilient we are, how nothing can stop us. Like, we are literally unstoppable in every country that we go to. And even some of my Ghanaian friends would be like, I love Nigerians. I love how you guys can just work so hard, but also play so hard too. So yeah, and the food. I can eat. I can eat.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time. And I came back, did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edu. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees, you can say that again, in different aspects of life, professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, dancing and waving our fans, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. First and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So, to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me, and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, and the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you, it's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind. He has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, it's not, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. You know, the variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. They need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, they just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. but I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. And make sure the husband is well looked after at all times. And don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish. you know, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. You know, even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event, and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground, because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a big difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Art, Culture, and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them, and together I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action. It could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to evade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly. Yeah, intellectual property. The U.S., if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it. It's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money. The story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say it's a good time to think, when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, you know, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and you know, everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously, from the perspective of I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table, because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians, we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win, but in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. You know, because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
Across Africa, millions of people living with disabilities, particularly cerebral palsy, remain unseen, undeserved, and excluded from public spaces, policy conversations, and everyday opportunities. Awareness campaigns often struggle to cut through public apathy, weak institutional support, and structural barriers within cities meant to serve everyone. Welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. I am Omevi Idolor, and I'm not doing this alone. I have my favorite person with me in the studio, Emmanuel Amolo.
Happy New Month.
Happy New Month. Okay, today's episode is the first.
Yeah, it's the first of February, so Happy New Month.
It's nice. Happy New Month.
Hello Lagos, hello Nigeria, hello Africa. It was an interesting weekend, and we got to meet somebody who opened our eyes to. It's a challenge. It's a stigma. It's a health complication, as it were. But it is not often spoken about. The awareness is pretty low. I said, okay, let's bring this conversation to a wider audience. Yeah. And we decided to bring it to Just Africa. Again, here we spotlight ideas, people, and this runs down our alleyway. And Africa as a continent is a bit held back in terms of our health. And some of these conversations tend to hide under the cracks or in between the cracks. If we don't have this conversation about it, generations will be wondering, maybe it's a norm to ignore these people, stigmatize them. And we don't want to do that. We want this conversation to always be on the forefront so that it's going to help. And that's why today's interaction on Just Africa, I said the first episode, would live in people's minds.
Talking about cerebral palsy, I have seen that, I don't know if it is a cultural mindset or whatever it is. I don't know where it actually came from. But the idea where people talk about the parents of that special needs child, like they've used the child for rituals. it's alarming.
It's a stigma.
I don't know where it came from. People don't look at the medical factors that led to that. The next thing, I remember the content creators, MC Bakara and the wife that are running an NGO because of their daughter, or let's say in honor of their daughter that is a patient. And you know, we hear things like, they have used this child for rituals, they have used this, done this, they have done that.
There's so many, it's ignorance.
Like,
remember we had Jody here.
Yeah.
Jody the singer, who had, at least her child is not, I don't think it's the same thing, but there's a medical condition like similar to that. And she says, look, I have overcome whatever things that you want to see. This child will be loved like any other child. And we need to take our people to that space.
Yeah.
I know it's hard because that child would need extra care.
Extra.
Right?
It takes time.
That is a life. I had a conversation with somebody last Friday, and then he opened my eyes. These days, I take things easy. Anything I see now, it's part of life. I don't rush again. No. Because when she spoke to me, and I was now asking myself, take time to reflect. A lot of things will pass through your mind. That child, interestingly, I had to check Kevin, who essentially led to this cause. And that child, all the things that people are saying doesn't even bother her. As far as she's concerned, she's a human being.
Exactly.
And she's living her.
Of course, the child is a human being. And I really hope that Africans, Nigerians, will get to accept that and stop treating them in a certain way. So this episode of Just Africa explores how grassroots civic action can drive national conversation on disability, inclusion, dignity, and access. We'll go on a quick break, and when we return, you'll be meeting our amazing guest. I'm super excited because he's from Delta State. Hello. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, this POS matter, don't pass your call. This go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development where they work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Senegal stands tall as one of West Africa's most stable and forward-looking nations, a country where tradition and modernity blend with remarkable harmony. With its strategic location on the Atlantic coast, Senegal has long served as a gateway for commerce, diplomacy, and cultural exchange across the continent. From the historic island of Gorée, an enduring symbol of the transatlantic slave trade, to the vibrant streets of Dakar, pulsing with art, music, and entrepreneurship, Senegal's story is one of resilience, evolution, and pride. At the heart of Senegal's progress lies its democratic maturity. Often hailed as a beacon of stability in the region, Senegal has consistently demonstrated peaceful transfers of power and a robust civil society. This political foundation has allowed the country to focus on critical areas of development, including education, health, infrastructure, and innovation. The government's plan, Senegal Emergent PSE, launched in 2014, outlines an ambitious path towards sustainable economic growth, infrastructural development, and social advancement, positioning the nation as a rising force in West Africa. Senegal's economic landscape is diverse and expanding, from agriculture and fishing to digital services and energy. the country continues to attract foreign investment and regional partnerships. The new city of Diamaniadio, a flagship project under the PSC, is transforming into a hub for technology, education, and governance, reducing the strain on Dakar and symbolizing a vision of decentralized, inclusive development. Culturally, Senegal is a powerhouse. The influence of Sufi Islam, particularly the Mahrite Brotherhood, has shaped not only spiritual life, but also economic cooperation and communal cohesion. The nation's music, literature, and visual arts are internationally celebrated, with artists like Youssou N'Dour and filmmakers like Ousmane Sembene leaving indelible marks on global culture. This rich cultural identity reinforces a sense of unity and purpose, even amidst economic or political challenges. Socially, Senegal continues to prioritize youth empowerment and gender inclusion, with over 60% of the population under the age of 25. Investments in education, vocational training, and entrepreneurship are vital. Women's roles in politics, business, and civil society are increasingly visible and impactful, further strengthening national development. Senegal also leads in diplomacy and regional integration. It is a founding member of ECOWAS and plays an active role in African Union affairs and peacekeeping missions. This outward-looking approach reinforces Senegal's role as a stabilizing force and a champion of Pan-African ideals. With its deep historical roots, visionary leadership, and unwavering commitment to progress, Senegal continues to inspire a model of African development, grounded in cultural pride, democratic values, and inclusive growth. I am Moyosore Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show on all our YouTube channel. When you subscribe, of course, you're going to see our beautiful background, our beautiful logo that is showing right on your screen. So through this 56-day, 10-kilometer daily charity run across Lagos, Ambassador Ajaro David Obaru, popularly known as World Rapper Man, has transformed physical endurance into a powerful platform for advocacy, highlighting both the resilience of persons with cerebral palsy and the gaps in public awareness, policing, and urban inclusion. Ajaro Obaru, popularly known as the World Rapper Man, is a Nigerian adventurer, marathoner, and cultural ambassador. He has gained international recognition for running marathons and participating in
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk Daba road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM. The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
We apologize for that break in transmission, but right now we are back, and this is the Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. I was telling you about Ajaro Ubaro, who is popularly known as the World Rapper Man. He is a Nigerian adventurer, marathoner, and cultural ambassador. He has gained international recognition for running marathons and participating in various athletic events while wearing traditional 37-yard Urobo wrapper. As a cultural activist, Obaro aims to promote Nigerian culture, tourism, and humanity through his unique approach to marathon running. His impressive resume includes participating in the Bucharest City Marathon, Bucharest International Marathon, and Lagos Half Marathon, among others. Obaro has also been recognized for wearing the longest wrapper, a record he has held since 2010. Through his endeavors, he continues to make a statement about his pride in his Urobo Nigerian heritage. I am so proud of this profile because, of course, talking about Urobo, I'm not left out. Welcome, Ambassador Obaro, World Rapper Man. Okay, so right now, are we going to call you Obaro Rakbo or we call you World Rapper Man?
First of all, Nigeria, Urobo, Isoko, Kisi Kokori, in our television, and Minimi Yagwari.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome, sir. Welcome to the show. I was getting to the studio.
Thank you for having me.
I hope you are not feeling.
I'm not. Why you I'm not to. Okay, I've added Kisi. That's everybody. So we're going to be good.
Okay, so now 56 days, 10 kilometers a day, right?
Yeah.
At this age, how do you hope to achieve that?
Point of correction. 10 kilometers minimum.
Minimum?
Yeah.
So you can actually exceed 10 kilometers?
I've almost exceeded 10 kilometers this morning. I was still going to run from here to Sulere.
You'll run from here to Sulere after this show?
And back.
Wow. Amalo?
So far, I've done 43 kilometers. There was a day I was on real fire. I don't know what was happening. But I was on fire.
So the minimum is 10?
Yes. And at point of correction, you said I run half marathon, Lagos half marathon. The first Lagos marathon, I did a full marathon.
Others you didn't have. You had to do full.
No, that was the first Lagos Marathon. The very first. Okay. This year for 11.
Yes.
The very first first year, I did the full marathon, 2014 or so, when I just came back.
Wait. How long have you been doing this marathon then?
I've been running marathon since 1985 as a cadet, Government College Ughelli.
What?
Why? I was in the military. I had the military paramilitary training.
Okay.
So it's not why, it's a must. I signed for it.
Okay, so make us understand this sign.
In Government College Ughelli, there is an arm called the Nigerian Army Cadet Unit attached to 20 Amphibious Battalion. It's a military, but we're in a civilian school. So we have military training 2 times a week, Wednesday and Thursday. And we have a warrant officer who went to the World War II, who was attached to our school and was training us. So my mates some are retired, Brigadier General, some. As a matter of fact, if I entered the academy, the Chief of Army Staff would have been my mate.
Wow.
Present Chief of Army Staff. Because he's mates with my friends, and we entered, did NBA exam once, twice, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Maybe God don't want me to go that route.
Yeah.
Okay, but wait, you be doing marathon, yes. But when you started attaching rapper to it?
Oh, rapper is 2009. 2004, I created the longest rapper. Guinness World Record refused to recognize my record because in 2002, I registered that record with them. They accepted it and sent me a mail after back and forth and said, then there was no Twitter, internet, or after back and forth, they now retweet me, stinker to me that, Mr. Jaro David Obaro, yes, you have the longest rapper in the world. We have a right to publish and a right not to publish. This should be the last communication on this issue. And that was when my head exploded. You have a right to publish that. My rapper does not make sense. And I read the meaning to that. That means as an honorable man, I'm senseless in the world. And I told myself something. I said, I'll take this rapper around the world. Then I didn't even include marathon. I said, I'll take this rapper around the world. This will be my uniform when I'm traveling international.
So you...
And I ran the first MTO marathon in Lagos. After that marathon, I just looked like, I said, I'm not coming to run this marathon again in shorts and this. I'm coming with my rapper. Can you deny my world record? 37 yards. You don't want me to carry 37 yards. I said, I will run with this 37 yards till I die. And that was when I started running a marathon. When I went to Europe, I went for the first marathon. They did not accept me because it's not
unusual. Yes.
So 2008, they refused me. 2009, they refused me. But 2010, God burst the door open. They Chris. As the door opened, they said, okay, well, you have to sign an indemnity form. Should anything happen, we don't have it, we'll not be held responsible. And I gladly signed the form. And as I was signing the form, I used to be called Rapper Man.
Okay.
And the lady just said, Rapper Man. But you know how many billion people in the world, the only person tying rapper to marathon.
Yeah.
Why not we put World Rapper Man?
Oh.
So that's where World Rapper Man came in. And I came back to Nigeria with World Rapper Man.
Wow. How does that thing weigh? How much does it weigh? Because 37 yards.
4 kg weight when it's dried. But when it's wet, it's 8 kg.
Do you use a particular rapper like the George single?
The world record is
normally
a George. The world record is a George. I actually ran with it on Saturday from here to the National Stadium.
Amulo, do you know how heavy George is?
When it's wet, the weight increases. I ran with that rapper from Lagos to Abuja 22 days, 787 kilometers.
Yeah.
I ran with that same rapper from Lagos to Makurdi 40 days, 900 kilometers. I ran with that rapper from Lagos to Onitsha, 18 days, 650 kilometers. That same rapper to Lagos, no, I increased it. That was another world record, the first time. I increased it and ran with it from Lagos to Delta State, 12 days, 550 kilometers. I ran with that rapper Bekuta to Lagos. That one was just biscuit. 2 days, 103 kilometers.
Wait.
April 1st, it will be like April Fool. Maybe if our collaboration goes well, it will be like April Fool. I'll be running from Lagos to Accra, Ghana, to draw attention to fighting hunger.
Oh,
wait. I'm still not particular about this. Everybody who runs marathon knows how tedious it is, right? To now carry weight in your journey is another thing. Were you particular why you had to stop at 37 yards?
Not really, but really. How many states do we have in Nigeria?
36.
Plus FCT.
Okay, yes.
So I carry Nigeria in my shoulder as a burden.
Okay.
And you also carry the flag.
Again, the flag I've been carrying since 1985 during parades. I had the opportunity of being among the flag party. And so since then, I was just like, okay, in my head, I'm still, they say, oh, soldier never dies, but he fades in his way. So in my head, I'm still a soldier. Of a truth, I'm a soldier. Because if it happens today, before they take you in the army, they will take me first because of my resume as a cadet.
Okay, so apart from the rejections at the earlier stage of your marathon, internationally and locally, what are the other challenges you face using your cultural identity to do a marathon?
Might even surprise you to know that outside marathon, I dress like this almost every day. And what happens? You see people mocking me. The Yoruba man will tell me, Ashiri. The other someone say, Dam Boroba Daiska. And one day I turn, I say, Shege Daiska. I say, you are wearing danshiki. You never see, have you seen an Hausa man wear jeans? Very rare. I have Hausa friends. They wear everything every day. And I said, you dress like this every day. This is how I dress. He said, really? I don't know. And again, that is another load on me. That means I can't stop my campaign. I have to tell. The Robo population is fourth in the Nigerian space. Over 4 million people in one space, and nobody knows what they tie, what they wear, about their culture. Look, I'm not saying Robo. Funny enough, 2015, when I tied my wrapper to Abuja, one of the journalists that interviewed me, see, this life is some funny place. The journalist that interviewed me said, and you are Robo, do you tie another wrapper? I said, yes, of course. Say, will you tie the Benue wrapper? Then I didn't know I was going to run from Lagos to Benue. This was 2015. Then 2017, the flood came. And God just put the burden on me that you need to go draw attention to these Benue flood victims. So I traveled to Makurdi the first time by road, went to the camps, saw it, IDPs, talked and all. So I just like, as I was leaving the camp, one young boy in wheelchair held my clothes. I said, please take me along. I said, I can't carry you. I'm not into this kind of things. My own is just attention to project. And he said, I want to go with you to Lagos. I said, you know what? I'll come back from Lagos because I'll run from Lagos to Makurdi. Is that okay? He said, are you sure you run? I said, because of you, I'll run from Lagos to Makurdi. And I did run from Lagos to Makurdi because of him. Unfortunately, by the time we got to Makurdi, the camp has been closed. So I didn't see that young man. And I tied the Gede, the Doma, the Tiv Rapper, all the tribes in Benue. They sold on food 18 years for me to carry. I didn't know they had plans to kill me. You know the Doma rap.
It's heavier.
It's heavier than the George because it's hand woven.
Yeah.
So when they brought rapper, I was so excited that I'm tying a new rapper. But when I tie rapper to run, I know if you run. No, see, I think my village people they hold me for ground. But that rapper is really heavy. And I now flash back to 2015. I sent the journalist a message. I said, I'm tying the 4 tribes of Benue. I'm carrying it on my shoulder now. So again, anytime I tie my wrapper, if you fold it for me, I can't run with it. If you fold it for me, I can't run with it. That's another lesson I teach people. IMF cannot solve Nigeria's problem, except Nigeria develops a technique known locally to Nigerians. Nobody will solve our problem for us. If they solve any problem for you, they put you in a rabbit hole. And that's why I use the wrapper to preach too. If I tie my wrapper and you tie it for me, you gather it for me back, I can't run with it. Because there's a technique I used to tie the wrapper, not only to me. That's the only way I can carry it. So I cannot solve a problem for you, except I solve a problem and put some loopholes inside to make me benefit from it. So you always come back to me. Yeah. Oh, what's the mass used to solve the problem? That's why we run to IMF every time.
Wow. Okay, so this year's own, or this marathon you're having in 56?
It's not a marathon anymore.
Okay, it's no longer.
It's ultra.
Okay.
Once it's past 42 kilometers, it's ultra marathon.
Okay, so 46.
So since the 1st of January, I've been running.
Oh, you've been running?
Yeah, since 1st of January, I run every day, rain, sunshine, sick, well, happy, sad, I must run.
56 days?
Yeah.
Okay, and it's dedicated to people living with cerebral
palsy and special needs.
And special needs. Why did you choose them this time?
Oh, cerebral palsy. Tiga. She's 14 years old. I didn't know Tiga much until I started running. And I actually dedicated the Mangrove Marathon to Tiga. And normally when I dedicate a marathon to anybody, after a marathon, I'm off. The marathon is over and I'm off. But I got home and I couldn't sleep. I was thinking of this young lady every day. I'm like, why these thoughts? These things should have gone off me by now. I've done my part. I've put the words out there. People are supporting you in their own little way. But why this thought again? And I found out that the father actually is my classmate. We went to secondary school together. And this guy is drowning. And he's not telling anybody that he's drowning. And we call ourselves mariners. We never leave any sailor behind. I had to dig deep and like, what did happen? I say, I get special needs. Really? All this while? Yes. Oh, you don't need to tell anybody. But you need to bring this baby out. Showcase your daughter to the world. Let's make her a star. And make her become a burden bearer to others. Because this one thing I said, and I told myself, I've not been able to sleep since that day I ran the first marathon. Maybe this is what God is bringing us together for again. So let's do this thing. With daughter around me, I'm running a marathon again on the 1st of January, Kiribo Marathon, organized by SOUQ Foundation. With a daughter around with me, if I run that marathon, he said, yes. I said, even if it's 1 kilometer, let her run me. I'm running 10 kilometers. So they agreed, and lo and behold, that day, 6 a.m., they were there. I said, we are running today. And Kara was excited when she saw me, in her state. She was still happy and immediately we just connected and we're communicating, we're talking. I started playing music for her. She likes music so much. So we're dancing and I was like, okay. Then I need to put this man on this young lady's face. Kara has dropped out of school. She cannot do, I think her left or right hand cannot function anymore because of physiotherapy. She cannot do a lot. So I was just like, okay, me, I'm not Dangote. I'm not $10. I'm not this big man. But there's something God has given me that nobody can take away from me. And that's the strength to run through mountains, run through chariots. I don't know where it comes from. Once I start, I'm gone. If you look at my legs now, they're all gone. At day 28, they were gone. My legs are gone as we speak. I can't stop. So I said, okay, I'll run a half marathon for you every day. Others will join me. I'm sure if we start, they will join. Thank you for bringing me to your show. As we finish now, more people will come in because people need to know what we are doing.
Yeah.
So we did the first one. After 1 kilometer, she still wanted to run, but it was getting hot, and she was slowing us down. Now I was getting weak, and I know I need to run. So I said, please, let's put your daughter inside the car. Let's run the marathon, the half marathon. As I put her in the car, we ran 10 kilometers, sealed up everything. So I just said, you know what, let's do this thing for 56 days. Why 56? I know you might run that to the next question. Why? I turned 56 last year. I didn't celebrate as in celebrate. So I said, let me celebrate myself every day, run every day. So if you have birthday gifts, I need a car, a Land Cruiser Toyota 2026. Bring the gift.
I love the fact that he said what he wanted.
He had to specific about it, not just anyone.
Hey, I'm a runner. Yeah. If you're not specific about what you want, heaven will give you what you want. They might give you somebody else's gift. I'm very intentional with my words. I'm spiritual. I'm cultural ambassador. So I must hit the nail.
Yeah.
So, I mean, why is this particular ailment? Because there's so many health challenges in Africa. Why were you particular about this one? Was it just the child? Or you just wanted to create awareness about this particular one because of what you see?
It's not even this particular, it's special needs, don't forget that. Special needs. I ran with the blind community on Saturday. Okay. And they almost killed me, this young boy and young girl. We're running, I see they're running a sprint. I said, this is not a sprint, please. Me, I'm a very slow runner. If you see me on the road, what they say, Papa won't die, because look, slow and steady wins the race. It's not Olympics, but I have the Olympic spirit in my race. When I'm running my race, I run with the Olympic spirit. What's the Olympic spirit? Whether you are carrying last or you are dying, try to finish up. Yeah. That's the Olympic spirit. So I run with that kind of spirit. So special needs, not just cerebral palsy. And funny enough, I'm a special needs person. Yes. I was born 1969 without a sternum. You know what a sternum is? Wow. They told my mother that I'm going to last 24 hours. But there's a God in heaven that sits and rules over the affairs of men. That's my God. 56. I'm still standing.
And doing marathons.
That's when I joined the cadet 1985, my mother collapsed. She collapsed. That you want to kill me finally. The thing where they say make you not chop, now the food now you go to chop. I'm not supposed to be doing combat, but I did combat training. And a lot of things I do that I don't even tell people. And that's why when people are attacking me, I don't reply them. I don't give them it back in their measure because I know where in your body I can touch you, just collapse and die. Because that's what I'm trained to do to protect myself. So you think I'm very weak, so I pretend to be weak, and by the time we get close, you might see your God before me.
Wow. Okay. So, I mean, you've been doing this particular one since we turned this year.
Yeah, 1st of January.
How has been people's response to you?
Wow. I would have gone on my knees, but I can still beg. It's been very funny. People will still like, no, we are givers. I know Nigerians. We are givers. The money doesn't come to me. One kobo does not come to me. Everything goes, all we want is, please, just tell us you want to give Kere scholarship. That's what we want. We don't need much. Scholarship and physiotherapy. Chikena. Kere is even saying if she gets SS, she will give to others in need. As a matter of fact, she has started doing that. Yes, you'll be surprised. She's already started giving to people in need. Because I was somewhere and somebody was saying, you get friend where they hide him. I said, you hide your friend picking. Your friend they hide him picking. Why? That's what we're doing. Say no to stigmatization. Yeah. People are so funny, they stigmatize it. Just like you said, they don't use and do money.
Yeah.
They don't use and do money. They don't use and do money. I've heard that MC Bakara's case too.
Yeah.
They don't use and do money. So as a matter of fact, somebody saw me some days ago. And I said, I need to connect you with MC Bakara and so that you people will work together. You know, those ones are different stories. No, the thing that they do not be publicity. If not for say we need this money, I don't need to come to the studio. I'll just be running on the street and doing what I'm doing. But we need people to really support us.
Yeah.
It's one step, $1, 1,500 naira. I can start myself. If I can do what I'm doing to draw the attention, everybody should do a bit.
How about NGO involvement in your race? NGOs, private institutions, government, are there any support from them to help push this awareness that, okay, people living with cerebral palsy are not different from every other human being?
Government, yes, but not government. Just like Saturday, the Nigerian Corporate Commission partnered with me to do a race, to draw attention to this. Because they are doing a project, special project for blind. Okay. And that's how the blind people came into the picture. Oh, yeah. They are promoting Braille. The Nigerian Corporate Commission is promoting reading with Braille.
Braille, okay.
So, yes, it's the main project now. Coincidentally, I ran for Nigerian Corporate Commission from Lagos to Onitsha. That's how I ran from Lagos to Abuja. Onitsha, to draw attention to stop piracy. So they are doing this Braille project. We partnered on Saturday around with the blind community. NGO, Freedom Park is partnering with me, and Helpgate Foundation. As a matter of fact, since, I don't know if you're aware, I've been a prisoner of conscience.
We are actually committed to that.
Yes, we are, yeah.
We'll quickly go on this break, and when we'll come back, he's going to tell us how he was arrested. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, this POS matter, don't pass your call. This go swipe, alarms no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen to If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development where they work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogwefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. You can still follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show on our YouTube channel. We are still talking to the world rapper man, as he's popularly known. And he has been telling us about his journey and why he's doing what he does. But most importantly, there is an aspect of this conversation I am so much interested in. Amolo, can you spill?
Because I was only married 2 in 1, but let's start with you being arrested.
Yeah.
You've been arrested at Freedom Park, and we are seeing you here. Who gave you the get out of Lagos?
Yeah, one at Freedom Park, then the other one. I thought the other one was what you wanted to talk about.
No, that was not true. They first arrested you, now you are here. And then you'll be facing harassment by police because of this your cause. Let's start with the arrest first.
Well, I'm a prisoner of conscience with Freedom Park. Self-voluntary incarceration. Self-voluntary incarceration.
You by yourself just went to let them keep you.
Yes. They say I'm running too much, so they want to monitor my race. So for them to monitor my race, I must be inside the prison walls. And which other place is far better than... They say, no, not Cricri. Come to Freedom Park. So Freedom Park had a bond on my head, $50,000.
Oh.
Yes. So that's why you see, there was a day I disappeared there without permission. And they just broadcast that I was missing. Suppose everybody started looking for me. I ran to church. I made a mistake without telling the jailer. But today, don't be afraid. The jailer gave me permission to come out.
Okay. Now, talking about the police harassment.
Police harassment is not new, but just that this last one, the last two, the first one at Lekki Tollgate. We were just running with the flag and we were tired. And I remember Speed, when Speed was in Nigeria. And I remember that, I need to send Speed a message. I've not met Speed. And I was running 21 kilometers that day for Speed. His birthday was that very day. So I was celebrating. I was just like, okay, let me celebrate this young man. And let me tell him what it means to be 21 and 56 running for 21. So I was like, okay, let me see. I'm running towards Lekki now. Speed, I'm celebrating you today. Blah, blah, blah. And as I raised my head up, like 7 people were surrounding me. And I looked out with one policeman initially. So they said, any problem? I said, no problem. He said, are you sure no problem? I said, you are the one that's asking me there's problem, and I've told you there's no problem, and you're not asking me do I look like I say problem? I don't say problem. That I'm a charity runner. This is what I'm doing. I wear this shirt every time. This is what I'm doing, and I'm just sending the message to somebody that I'm heading towards Lekki now. If they're around Lekki, I can join them anywhere. That's it. And they say, you can't be here, you must leave here now. I was like, excuse me? Leave here, why? I said, because this place is a secure place. I said, I don't understand. This is road, federal government road. I paid for the tax that I used to do this road, so you can't tell me to leave here. And when I quoted telling me that, oh, this place is a private place, I said, okay, me, I don't know. But anyway, I'm just doing this, let me finish and leave, if that's the case. They were not having it. Oh, you must leave now, blah, 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 blah. If you don't leave now, we'll arrest. So when the arrest came, he was like, oh, you're threatening me. Don't threaten me. And the guy started saying a lot, and I looked at him. His name was there. I called his name. I said, okay, you are saying all this. He said, nothing will happen. If I don't even take time, anything can happen and nothing will happen. Anything can happen to me means you can kill me, you can do anything to me and nothing will happen really. So I was like, oh. And why are you carrying the Nigerian flag? I said, oh, you should be happy. And that's what I told him. I called his name, like full name. I said, Tanko Moses, 2-star your police rank. You should be happy. I'm carrying the Nigerian flag. You know what it means to carry a flag of a country? That means I'm crazy, I'm patriotic, and you should be happy. He said, no, which kind of rubbish, patriotic, blah, 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 blah. He was just talking blah, blah. I said, well, I think you should tell this to your superior. And I thought it was a joke. And I just told my guy, I said, let's leave this place. That's how I was tired, but we left there and still continue our race, you know. And
that was the first one.
Yes, that was the first one. Then the second one was the day I had a guest waiting for me to run with them at Freedom Park. But I already ran out of the park in the morning to do 10 kilometers. And we were just coming from our road. I didn't even know when we passed the police station. The next time I was there, people were just shouting, hey, hey, wait. They were shouting. As if you are really calling me, my name is on my shirt too. I've said, World Rapper Man. But I'm not hearing World Rapper Man, so it's not us. So I told my guy, let's keep going. The people said, no, you, the police. Oh, police just surround us. You're under arrest. Arrest? What is arrest? What's happening? They said, there are guys calling me in the station. Your guy? I don't know your guy. I did not book appointment with your guy. That's what I told them. They said, I must go to the station. I said, no, if your guy is calling me, whoever that guy is, let him come and meet me here. I'm waiting here. I'm not going to run. I'll wait here. Let him come and tell me what's the issue. And really, lo and behold, the man came. And he said, you're under arrest. You have to, let's go back to the station. Why? He said, I'm carrying a Nigerian flag. I don't know that I'm protesting. I said, no, I'm not protesting. I'm drawing attention and awareness to cerebral palsy. So I read. And the man looked, and he went on radio, and hello, over. They were overing. The next thing, asked him his name. They asked him my name. My name is World Rapper Man. They said they don't know what I'm so Ajaro, Ambassador Ajaro David Obaru. They said, I said, you cannot know. When Nigeria, we are over 200 and something million. You can't know. I mean, let's face reality. Okay, Oga, ask, you have a phone, ask Google who I am. Have news, how many news, everything I do is on public view. So they said, no, it was not you go to the station, you must go to the station before you know they were now refunding my guy, and they broke our AI glasses. Yes. Nobody is going to pay for that. Yeah. Because it's the police.
But what does that say about our, civic environment? Because look, the truth is, these people are supposed to be securing you, right? But they are the ones who are now harassing you.
Area boys harass me daily. Daily. Who will I run to?
The police.
That will now arrest me for the same crime. Because area boys are harassing me. They say I've collected money from government. Oh. Yes. That they don't understand. They think I'm doing something else. And I said, no, I'm not political. I'm not. This is campaign for cerebral palsy. Then I'll break it down to, what is cerebral palsy? If one day prolonged labor, could burn the pikin. The pikin don't get oxygen for brain. 3 minutes, it don't go for life.
You explain that to
me.
But I can understand if they don't get it. But if the police people are supposed to run to,
in my place, they say, what get, make get, what you know when they did travel.
I wonder.
You are running and I'm running. You are asking me what's pursuing me. That's this case we are in now. So I'm begging, this is an opportunity, please, I'm begging the general public, especially the security agencies, the IG should look into this. I've applied, not for police, but I've written letters to say, this is what I'm doing. I'll be on the road from so and so time to so and so time. It's very simple. Send signals. When I ran from Lagos to Onitsha, I got to one village called Motosho. There is not DPO, the division, not DCO, the district police officer, told me point blank that I'm not sleeping in that village, and I was dead tired. He said I must leave that village that night. Luckily for me, I don't know, reasons best known to him. Luckily for me, I still had internet access, so I just broadcast that. This was happening. So people started calling, they called the commissioner, they called the governor's wife, they called one, blah, 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 and a signal was sent back to him from one of the guys that if anything happened to this guy, you know. So he started looking for me because I was so tired, and when I'm tired, I'm not bragging or saying it that I'm like a drunkard. I'm tired. So I just went to work on the road. I slept there. I'm not tired. So I go where? I can't go anywhere. It's already late. To 11 in the night. I said I must not sleep in that town that night.
Okay, so now looking ahead, how long do you hope to continue running?
You ask God, though. Because me, by the grace of God, maybe I will run to my running bed.
Really?
Yes, I want to. Our friends, 88, running. Wow. I know somebody recently we just met online, 100, we are talking. He's running. Even, as a matter of fact, I commented on this page, the thing went viral. That people are telling me to stop running. And people say, how can they stay at 56? They are telling me to retire. Running is supposed to actually be my business now, but because of the security situation in the country, I can't make it a business per se, because I love running.
Yeah.
I love, just wake me up, tell me run to my degree, I will go. Okay. Run to Sokoto, I will go.
How is your family accepting this? You know, I understand family concerns, I understand children concerns. Everybody will be like, you understand. Daddy, please. How are they accepting this reality?
My son have told me one day, he just asked me, the question was, then he was 6, what is all this rapper man that you're doing? And I looked at him and I said, you won't understand now. But when I'm gone, that's when you understand. Because I'm building a legacy for you. But funny enough, I lost my family to what I'm doing.
Wow.
Yeah. My family didn't understand. Initially, they did. As it were, the woman said, yes, I will go with you wherever you go to. And he got to one 5 kilometers and said, you know, I'm tired, I can't run. So I'm looking for somebody that will run that race with me. Yes.
Or maybe we should donate to you. No, but on the serious note, what message would you want our leaders to get out of this? Because the truth is, you've been doing this thing for a long time. Up on the advocacy and, of course, the marathon itself. You are like an epitome of endurance. Anybody can learn that. Even businesses that want to last longer, they can take lessons from what you naturally do. If you have a message to our leaders, irrespective of where they're from, religious leaders, business leaders, political leaders, what would that message be?
First of all, listen to this. O God of creation, direct all our noble course. Guide our leaders aright. That's a prayer I pray every morning. The only thing I have for our leaders is that if they are sincere, they should not give up on this nation. You can flip this nation around 24 hours. 24 hours. Or as a matter of fact, all our leaders should be runners. Yes. Yes. Our leaders should do exercise a lot. Because when you exercise, there's this free chemical we get, endorphin, there's this feel goodness. And I think a lot when I run. I develop ideas a lot when I'm running. Yes, most of the great ideas I've developed are from running. I just stop. I bring my phone out, I'll just talk on my phone so that I won't forget. Then I continue again. When I get to I'll go back and say, this thing just came up now. As a matter of fact, an idea just came up that I'm going to use this evening to get me out of my jail. Yes, I've found one thing that when my jailer sees it, he'll be like, let him go. Yes. So I sent it to someone, I said, develop this thing fast. I need it by 4 o'clock. So we should not give up on our nation. Yeah. If I've given up, I won't be where I am today. When I started running, I told people in the early stage, I said, I'm going to sell my running steps. They said, goodbye. I said, don't worry. If I put value to it, you will buy it. Today I'm selling my steps. Yeah. People are buying.
Well, a very big thank you
so
to
much.
you, World Rapperman, for coming on today's show. Today's Just Africa. It's been nice having this conversation with you. Thank you so much, sir.
Please, thanks for having me. Follow our page on YouTube is World Rapperman, Instagram World Rapperman, Facebook World Rapperman, TikTok World Rapperman. The essence of this one is not all about World Rapperman. World Rapperman is just one person. It's this drawing attention to cerebral palsy and special needs people. It's bigger than me. It's even far bigger than I used to think. Today's day 33. Follow our page, share this, get close to somebody in your locality that has special needs.
And in 1 minute or 30 seconds, you use Urubu to tell people to keep watching Just Africa and subscribe to the YouTube channel.
Television. We need television.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Amalo.
Yes, I do hope that our conversations continue to highlight the needs that special needs children have, and we're going to continue advocacy from our own small corners. But again, we hope that the society will begin to have a rethink. We want to see, we know it will not be instantaneous, right? But even if we can find ways to accommodate these special needs people and create an environment where they too can thrive in. I will look at our guests. They did not give him 20 years to live. They did not even give him 10 years to live.
24 hours.
They give him 24 hours, and he's 56. He is a light that we all need to shine. And it's also a symbol that you can do something, and you can do anything.
Yes.
And that is the African spirit.
I hope Just Africa, I'm sorry. I hope Just Africa will run with us to Accra.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think that's a very good idea.
If I invite you, special invitation open.
We'll go on this quick break because this is how we've come to the end of the first segment of Just Africa. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the SOUQ Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Hello Lagos, make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your code. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
They use fake alert, the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
welcome back to the second segment of Just Africa. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show on our YouTube channel. So, Africa, from cyber attacks and data leaks to physical insecurity and emergency failures. One incident can shut down a business, erase trust, and destroy years of hard work. Yet, many African organizations still treat safety as an afterthought, a checklist, a compliance box, or a cost to be avoided. In the second segment, we challenge that thinking because in a fast-changing digital world, safety is no longer a support function, it is a strategy. Data now predicts risk before it happens. Artificial intelligence is reshaping how we respond to threats, and security, physical, digital, and operational has become a key driver of trust, investment, and long-term growth. So the real question is not if African businesses will face disruption, but whether they are ready for it. So to help us determine how ready African businesses are, we are joined by Oluwafemi Adeleke. Oluwafemi Adeleke is a distinguished alumnus of the University of Manchester, United Kingdom, and a highly skilled petroleum geoscientist. By training, he is also a dynamic keynote speaker and a leading expert in safety, security, cybersecurity, information security, and artificial intelligence. His work, as you can see on the screen, now sits at the intersection of data intelligence, risk management, sustainability, and emergency response systems, positioning him as a prominent voice in safety, innovation, and resilience in Africa. He serves on the board of trustees of the University of Manchester, Nigeria Alumni Association, and is the secretary of both the Alliance Manchester Business School Alumni Network and the University of Manchester Alumni Association in Nigeria, where he plays a strategic role in strengthening alumni engagement, professional collaboration, and institutional partnerships. Oluwafemi is the CEO and co-founder of SOUQ, a tech-based data intelligence and emergency response solutions company with headquarters in Lagos. Hello, Oluwafemi. Welcome to Just Africa.
Hello, hi. Can you hear me?
Crystal clear.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Hope you're good over there.
It's great to be here yesterday.
Okay, so we'll go straight into the conversation. So Africa is digitizing rapidly, but safety systems are lagging behind. So from your experience, what are the biggest risks African businesses underestimate today?
I think I would say cyber, but as I'm about to say cyber, I will also say now the risks are probably more of convergence. So we have the cyber, which is growing every day, and AI. A lot of businesses have not even come abreast to what AI literally means or cyber entails, or even information security. You see businesses say, oh, they hacked into our account, or we sold to someone that eventually had no ID. Like a lot of things, many people are not taught, oh, this is the email not to open, this is how to identify phishing. A lot of things around cyber. But again, like I said, businesses should also look around a convergence. So cyber, physical, operational, and human risk. Because again, as we have the Jackpot syndrome here in Africa, see that the technical know-how is reducing. So in that light, I would always say have a convergence of these potential risks. So cyber and AI is growing at an alarming rate. Yes, physical because yes, we have to operate, and also the human risk because we're having an increase of skilled manpower living our ecosystem. Yeah, thank you.
So we expect a couple of changes to start to happen when these ideas or models come. What are those significant ones that we will start to see if we incorporate some of these models that you are aware of?
Okay, so incorporating systems, I always advise people to look at ISO, that's the International Organization for Standardization. They have like a management system that helps companies to, that when system organizations implement, helps to have like a robust system that help them achieve their goal. So when we do this, we will be able to, one, identify the risk. What are the potential issues that will come out? How do we manage them? How do we mitigate? How do we prevent? How do we mitigate? And who is going to be responsible? So it breaks it down into steps. For example, look at ISO. ISO has clauses, has like 11 clauses, 10 clauses, 11 clauses. So those clauses from 4 to 10 is what you implement. So when you implement all these clauses of the standard, you would be able to stay abreast and understand the issues and be able to solve them. So you are planning ahead. You are not reactive. You are proactive. So you look at the 10 clauses in ISO, like I stated, you're able to implement, identify, mitigate, assign roles and responsibilities. So, for example, top management knows its role, staff know their role. You know your role and responsibilities. Not just say you are employed, you don't know what your role is, or you are in charge of leading this company. You don't know your role is just feel your own, just to ensure that money comes. So once we start implementing it, we have to implement a functional system. You know, system is one of the issues that we have in Africa. We have emergency things that's happening everywhere. We don't have the functional system. A lot of issues keep reoccurring. And also, when I teach facility training, I talk about what I call peer. People, environment, asset, and reputation. When we implement all this, we have to protect our people. We have to protect the environment which we live in, our workplace, our communities, our streets, our country, our continent, our assets. We have to protect our assets. Those are things we use to ensure that we get ROI. Also, our reputation.
All right. Thank you very much, Adeleke. We'll go on this quick break. We'll be right back.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk Gaba Road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, but they bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go reach 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilegunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization, Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. We'll be having a conversation with Adeleke Oluwafemi. Welcome back, Femi. I hope you're still there.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, yes, the matter I wanted to ask you.
So there are 2 things that we often don't take into cognizance a lot, especially in Africa. Safety and security, especially in the workplace, right? Sometimes it looks like we're not even prepared. Everything is always, when it happens, we react. We are always at the reactionary end. First off, we need to fix that one. But how do we prepare ourselves, at least in terms of safety and in terms of security?
Okay, so I tell people my own definition, safety is the mother of everything. So people say security, but I tell you, safety as defined is the state of being free from harm. So your being free from harm can be physical security, which we see more of the safety we see, occupational health and safety, can be cyber security, can be security in terms of, you see, the armed issue, like maybe kidnapping, terrorist attack, homicide, or whatever violence you see around. And so it can be maybe information security, because now you have our information everywhere now. And before you know it, information is gone. And you're like, how did this information leak out? And it's affecting you, maybe your health record or whatever record information. Sometimes you see government stamp something and people are sharing, like, how did this information from the DG get out? So the thing is, the question is, where do we start from? Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we have to first of all understand the risk that we're exposed to. We are not there yet. We are just about the money and survival. And if you see the hierarchy of needs, it's that like we're trying to struggle, but we need to move away from that. Because, for example, if you see the Afri-Lamb fire that happened recently, people were jumping from up. Like, manager, it didn't matter if you were the head of the department, if you were the GM, you wanted to leave. If you look at the GNI fire too, that said had like brothers that were burnt, how do you tell the family that these people are gone? So we have to set our priorities right. Understand that when we don't do the right thing, the impact will be great. It's like when they say, what do you call it? Nigeria happened to you, or let's Africa happen to you. We have to stop that. For example, look at the Anthony Joshua incident. The driver, they said, was overspeeding. He drove off the road, and before you know it, 2 people were gone. Like, the other friends were gone. If you look at the incident of Chimamanda too at the hospital, and before you know it, the child is gone. So when we understand that, if we don't do the right thing, it's not like thinking it cannot happen to you. It can happen to anybody. Either you are the president, you are the governor, you are whoever you think you are. If the system is not put in the right way, you will be affected.
Mr. Adeleke, wait. The truth is, even if we're supposed to rank how safe we are, right? We already have agreed that we are at the bottom. Okay? So let's leave that one on one side. But again, how early should we begin to prepare ourselves? Because the truth is, look, you cannot be overly prepared. Even the safest places can probably be the most attacked or the most vulnerable. Even depends on what the attack is. How do we prepare ourselves? Because I saw some of your advocacy work that you've done.
Training.
You've done from children. You are doing CPR training. That one, God knows many of us don't even know how to do CPR. If there's a need to start now, we don't even know what to press, how many compressions we have to make, or how to tilt the person. Many of us don't even know this kind of basic training in terms of first aid. Where do we even begin to fix this problem?
So, like they say, if you didn't plant a tree yesterday, the best time to plant it again is today. So you have to look at what are the potential things that could go wrong. Let's say, for example, in your house, let's not even leave the office, in the house, a fire can start. Does everyone in that house know how to operate a fire extinguisher? You know how to pull the pin, aim, the nozzle at the base of the fire, squeeze and spread?
Yes.
Do they know how to evacuate? What do they run away from? Is there a window if the house, maybe the front gate is locked, the door is locked, there's another way they can escape? Do you have all this information? If somebody is choking, do you know what to do in the house? Then bring to the office space too. So what are the potential risks that we're expected to see? Is it, for example, your TV is smart? Are you going to say, oh, because you see your neighbor's Wi-Fi that is open, you want to connect it? So look at what could happen. Can they shut down the TV and destroy it and it cannot work again? Or can they steal information from there? So we have to identify what are the risks, what are the dangers that we can be exposed to on the web, on our phone. You see a lot of our parents, the elderly people, even young people now, they send them messages on WhatsApp. Before you know it, they click it. So we say, Coca-Cola is giving out $1 million. They click it. Or they say, okay, share these things. So we have to understand where are the risks coming from my smart TV, from my phone, from my computer, from my activities. Okay, we're in the kitchen. What can happen? Something can, oil can spill. What are the basic first aid kits I need there? So we have to identify where the dangers are. How do you provide response? For example, I was seeing the picture of the snake bite that killed a young musician. So what are the things that could go wrong in the house where there can be a snake if the right things are not put in place? Maybe the house is bushy. So maybe there is the environment is not well cleaned and everything. So what can we do? So do you want to have anti-venom? That might not be practicable, but do everybody know what to do when you have the snake bites? Is there a closed hospital that I can respond to? Because again, many people don't even know, have like a research that I can rush to. They probably have, because hospital is like 30 minutes, or like, but in case of an emergency, what a hospital that I can reach in 2, 3, 4 minutes, 5 minutes maximum. So what do you do before you get to the hospital? What are the basic first?
What are those simple things, the first things people need to do, or those simple things that people need to understand first in case there is an emergency? Because this is the proactiveness we're talking about for security and safety. Before snake bite, what do we need to know? Before fire outbreak, what do we need to know? Some of these things, the basics, what are they?
Yes. So basically, like I said, it's still around the risk assessment. Identify the risk in your environment. What are the potential for this to happen? And when it happens, what do we do? For example, for snake bite, we tell people you have to go to the hospital for them to give you antivenom. Yes. But before you go, our body is like a water tank. You know, there's a pump. So your heart is like the pump. You know, if you have, all of us have our water tanks in our house, we have the pump. Your heart is the pump, the water pump, pumping the water to the house, to the tank, and everything. So in case you have a snake bite, you know you have to stay calm. Because the moment you start panicking, what happens? Your heart starts pumping very fast. And at that rate, it supplies the venom all through the body. So before you know it, your organs are shutting down. So you want to be able to manage your the rate at which your heart pumps. That is one. 2, for the fire, you have to ensure that, okay, what are things that can cause fire? Okay, do you have a socket? Am I overloading my extension? Because I see people, one small extension, 1,000 chargers are there, or plugs. So you see something probably melting, fix it. You see your breaker is probably melting, fix it. Sometimes go around your house to check where are the areas that we're having potential electrical issues. You see a spark, don't just overlook it. Also, have fire extinguishers at home and fire balls. They can help. So you have to be able to assess what are the potential things. For example, for choking, can you do what you call the hermit maneuver? So you have to be able to practice these things. When you put your hand at the navel, put the other hand, you kind of give a compression and you push up around your navel. Just push it in and up, just to drive the item that's probably blocking the airway, causing the choking. So you have to understand what are the potential issues. Is it cyber? What are the areas I'm exposing myself? From my WhatsApp, from my Instagram, from my online exposure.
Who are those that are supposed to be teaching this?
It's in the office, but safety is everybody's responsibility. So you have to learn. It's like you're going to live in a place that's highly exposed, and you say, "Oh, it's the government." Yes, government has its own responsibility, but as an individual too, you owe yourself that right. Because, for example, if there's a medical case in your house, before anybody comes, it's you that will respond. In the office, yes, management has responsibility to ensure that everybody in the organization is safe. That's why for the AfriLab fire, the blame will come to management. For the GNI, the blame will come to the management. So management will always come for all these things, because in the organization, they owe us responsibility. If you look at ISO standard, the clause 5.1 talks about leadership commitment. Leaders must be commitment. Top management must show commitment. It can go from as little as providing the right chair, ergonomic chair, providing a computer system that is not, the screen is protected to prevent the staff from having eye issues. Looking at the hazard exposed to in the workplace. Is it from rays of light? Is it from being exposed to heat? Is it from sitting for many hours? Because, for example, I know the time I spoke with one of my uncles and sons, they're like, uncle, like, I spoke to him preaching that this chair where you sit down, say, if it affects your back, they say, guy, lock up, nothing they happen. Years back, he called me, bro, my back is paining. He was in London. They're like, my back is paining. Like, what happened? Said, I think that's what he told me along the way I sit. So, to posture, management will show that the workplace is safe. In case of emergency, they must put emergency response procedures in place, and they must be tested. It's not just documented. We must do drills.
But Adeleke, some persons feel that these things are not cost effective. They feel we are spending too much on some of these basic things, and they feel when it happens, there's always a way out. What do you have to say?
Or is the will of God?
Or is the, maybe that is how
Let's
God
just
wants it. So, in that kind of situation, what do you expect the workers to do?
So workers will, let's say ownership, they will try to ensure they take ownership of their own life, because safety is their own responsibility. So if you're in a workplace that is not safe, the advice I'll give people is tell management this is not safe. And work with management to ensure that those things are gradually solved, because sometimes the finance might not be there, but how do you ensure that you mitigate these things while you're trying to and eventually at least reduce it to what you call a lap, that is as low as reasonably practicable. So you owe yourself that. Then management also must ensure that things are done. Yes, money might not be there, but gradually work towards ensuring that it is reduced. And if you see that the office is not doing that for you, my advice is you should leave and get an organization that would do you better.
In an economy where jobs are not available,
then start your own job.
You start your own job. Okay. I like that for thinking. But again, there's another thing that is very common lately. It's called risk management. We hear these things all the time. And AI, technology has been quite helpful in managing risks. But it seems like it has not been largely embraced by African businesses. How do we change that narrative?
Okay. So awareness. Because again, we say about it's expensive, but eventually when it happens, all you labored for can go down the drain. So how can we ensure that we solve this in regard? Because safety is still a new thing. About 2-3 years ago, I was involved in helping some banks establish safety management system as part of the requirement that CBN gave for compliance. So it's a gradual thing. We should start adopting it. Because when the incident happens, everything you think you've labored for can go down the drain. Look at the GNI. So if, let's say, you say it's expensive, look at the GNI building. What do you think will happen now? The building might be bulldozed to the ground. Let's say, for example, now, the Christ Embassy structure in the Kenya that fire engulfed. The building is down now. So eventually, now, the organization has to manage the perception that, oh, they are not good, they are wicked, or they are not committed to safety. And that is brand erosion. That's why we tell people that, would you prefer to work with a multinational, like an ExxonMobil, or will you prefer to work with Nigeria? People like, no, let me work with a multinational. Why? Because safety and security is taken as priority.
Okay, so tell us about the Kids and Teens Club that you created sometime in 2020. And, you know, I was wondering, because you started training children on safety already, how are they accepting it and how can more children get to know about it?
Okay, thank you very much. This started during COVID when you see a lot of kids were scared, what would happen? Am I going to die? They're locked in the house. And I felt, okay, how do we engage them? We started online. And glory be to God, we have people from all over the world, the UK, the US, Nigeria, everywhere joining. And you see the kids were enthusiastic to join. And after, when COVID was off, we also took it to schools. And you see, every time we go to the schools, the kids are happy, they are joyous, that the schools always tell us to come back. Eventually, we started it like open to everyone. And you see, there was a day I was going on the street and a young girl jumped up. I wanted to give me a high five. Like, who is this lady, this young girl? I just said, okay, let me just give the high five. I said, uncle, you came to our school, you talked about fire safety. And when fire happened, it saved my life, that of my family. I'm like, wow, this gives me joy. So the acceptance is there because safety is not boring. It's fun. And in the event that something that happened, that an unsafe incident happened, they are already prepared, because what you are not prepared for, when it happens, you don't even know what to do. You can be a casualty. But when you are prepared, you've done drills. Because these kids, for example, the Kids Club and the Teens Club, they do practical to see their response. For example, I see people, HR staff tell you they don't even know how to use a fire extinguisher. I'm like, ow. And people in our club already know how to use a fire extinguisher. They know if your clothes catch fire, they know that you have to drop down and roll, cover your face. And even adults don't know this. And these are basic things. So these are things we learn. So for information, people that want to probably join can contact us at 08098425630 and send us an email too at consult@safesmartafrica.com. Consult@safesmartafrica.com. So from there we can take it there. Or club.
But again, I know when you're trying to push a campaign and people are just, I don't know, maybe resistant. For example, we've tried to get motorcycle operators in local parlance, Okada, to wear helmets. It's basic. You just said it, like, it's basic for safety. Unless we started catching them and impounding their vehicles, many of them will not do that. At some point, they did it for a while voluntarily. Now you can go back and you will not see anybody use a helmet. That same behavior is what we also carry out even in our workplaces. People will always want to be told to do something before they know that, oh, this thing is wrong or this thing should not be done. Why do we have that kind of penchant for laissez-faire behavior in Africa?
Thank you very much. I think, from my own thought, I think I view that as because our management is weak. So when I say management, I look at the enforcement agencies, the government. They try, and at the time, they probably relax. If I take you down memory lane, it was during BRF, that is Governor Bashala's time, yes, in Lagos, that we all started using our seatbelts. I know growing up, if you're using seatbelts, people see you as a weakling. Also, if you're driving and you are going at a very slow miles per hour, people say, do you want to sleep on the road? People drive they say, I was at 120 kilometers per hour. It's like a bragging right.
Yeah.
I'm strong. I don't use seat belts. It's babies that use seat belts. So if government is ready and they enforce all these rules, there was a time on Chamberlain Bridge last year, they said there were cameras and the speed limit was 80 kilometers per hour. But now I drive on Chamberlain Bridge, I see people driving as if they are going to hell. And I'm like, is it that the cameras are not working?
Why
or
government
government
please?
Which heaven, though? Highway to
You should have
hell.
said heaven at least.
Somebody wants to commit suicide by driving at that speed. That's a journey to hell.
Yeah, because you ask yourself, because I always assess it, what could go wrong? Can something puncture your tire and your car will somersault? How fast? I'm always looking at the risk, a lot of things. And if you're not prepared, like for example, the Anthony Joshua incident, if the guy was not over speeding, the impact would have been limited because that is a bulletproof, a armored car. And armored vehicles are very heavy.
Yes.
So for it to drive that impact that much, that means the speed is high. So your reaction will be slow and will be poor. So that is why it is essential that, like I said, government enforce. Even if you go abroad, if government was not enforcing, for example, if you go to, I went to see my family in London, and somebody was telling me, the driver was telling me, at this area, the camera is active. At this area, the cameras are not active. So when the cameras are not active, it tries to run. I'm like, take it easy. So if government can enforce, the human nature is everywhere. But it is when you enforce these guidelines, these rules, if your workplace does not enforce your resumption and closing time, people will come anytime. Some people say, I'm not coming. But because there's HR to guide, to show that things are done rightly, people will come at the right time. So until we government ensure that it enforces all these things, it's going to be tough. But if government today says, for example, tell me if Fashola was there and says, all the Okada riders must wear their helmets. You tell me they will say they won't wear it. Someone that arrested the army general or major, everybody will read the room. Oh, okay, the new mayor is in town, the new sheriff is in town. But until then, if government is not committed, we'll still suffer it. But the thing is that the owners of the businesses, the leaders, will suffer the consequences. And to add finally to that, look at Lekki Gardens. Do you see about them?
No.
The last picture I saw, the owners were in handcuffs going to court. How can you see a GM, an MD of a company, is put in handcuffs because the building that he was constructing collapsed and killed people? Even though we might say the case has not brought anything out, I'm not saying they are guilty or not guilty. Maybe the action of people on site. But their project has cost life. Their brand crashed that we don't even hear about them now again. So that brand is as good as dead. And it was the number one at that time. There are people like comedian Ayo, AY, being the ambassador. They're signing top-tier people, top-tier celebrities. But now they're not there. You have a lot of brands that have taken up that space. Is that what you want for yourself as a business owner?
Lack of safety measures.
All right, thank you very much, Adeleke, for joining us on Just Africa. But before I let you go, 1 minute or let's say 30 seconds, what's the final word for Africans and African leaders?
Thank you very much. Final word is safety is not a waste of time or money. It is a strategic investment in your sustainability, in your growth, and your brand reputation. For you to grow, to be sustainable, and eventually make that money, you need to invest in safety. You can manage it. However, it is key. Identify the risk, mitigate it, ensure that you can close it down as low and reasonably possible. With that, we can all build a safety-smart Africa. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for joining us on the show. And I hope when we reach out to you next time, you'll be available to join us once more.
Very much, yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Amalu.
Yeah, so I mean, no, because the truth is, he just spotlighted it a lot. Look, a lot of us are reactive, especially in Africa here. Until a problem happens, before we know, I was in a vehicle on Saturday, and I noticed the potholes on a newly tarred road. It was still very small. I said, at this point, they are not seeing it until it gets to a crater, and maybe a vehicle has an accident there. That's when somebody I said, oh, We should have fixed this problem since. Right now, it is still a spot, like a dot, right? Before you know it, it's now grow. This is how many of our problems are. When they are at their nascent stages and they are growing, nobody pays attention to it. A community is there. Maybe farmers and herders are clashing in just small places, 1 person, 2 persons. Nobody says anything. Nobody ameliorates anything until it now becomes community clash.
Yeah.
Then you now see it reported in the news. That's when everybody now be, oh, this is happening. But when it was little squabbles, nobody saying anything.
Yeah.
Check most of the problems in Africa. That is how it always begins. True. It very starts as very small things. There was one time they were having an issue, I think around the Nile River or something. Simple problems that looked at something about border that could have been fixed, but they left it. Before you knew it, it became very big. And then big international bodies will now be calling, oh, these things are happening. IDP camps. When we had somebody from, I think it was, what was his name, Paul, when he was talking about what was happening in the IDPs. This thing started very small. Little, before you know it now, people are now selling their bodies to get food to eat. Those guys, somebody will not give you money, you're going to marry a new wife. Look, the problem is we need to change. I think that mindset shift needs to start happening.
Yeah, we need to be more
proactive. You need to be flogged to wear helmets when you use it.
I don't know if you saw the video of this. I don't know if it's Ghana. The guy stands by the traffic light. If you are not wearing a helmet, he uses something to hit you.
Yeah, I was a skit maker.
You understand. So him is a skit, but he's actually doing something beautiful. So in today's Africa, safety is no longer about fear. It's about foresight. The businesses that will survive and scale are not the luckiest ones, but the ones that prepare with data that sees risk early, with AI that responds faster, and with security systems that protect people, assets, and trust. Because resilience is not built during a crisis, it is built before one arrives. As Africa pushes for growth, innovation, and global relevance, our ability to protect what we build will define how far we go. Many thanks for watching today's episode of Just Africa. You stay with us and continue to watch SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show. Till we come your way tomorrow, I am Omevi Idolo. And from Emmanuel Amolo, we say thank you for watching.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Okbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here to do. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but any affirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandates, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. The contract is supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. as we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was the Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja, whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical, and as chief law officers they need to work together with us, because by section 15 of the Constitution all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of process of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you are aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the one civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tanko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its great in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, Act 2, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we'll monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow, because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also, we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society, to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening, so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC, and we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there, so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy, because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court, because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts, despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the Supreme Court to please desist, because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract. That is corruption because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fees to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we'll keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our aid. Try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC for the past 25 years has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that is why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leaders of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress, the pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money. And you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look, how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished editors, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it, and also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also, we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process, because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges. No, it is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption, when you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer with secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct, because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way, so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem, why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak, because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the thread. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is an international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country, because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities, MLA, other things that will be frustrated, because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when a member of National Assembly told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this executive project tracking. You people are doing well, but I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. There was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning. He said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the projects. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you notice that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be dig in one place, and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed on the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best. And we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who is facing trial. A charge will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, we are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or you insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all anti-corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as the media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, all your projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your sector district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you don't execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of proceeds of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora on corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of it's not even law alone. There are politics, there are diplomacy. So it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete signing an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where it pitches is. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should color your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. Thank you. You have the right team to drive it. Finally, you have this advice. You can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans, and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you could have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises, of course, the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors, and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will color your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions straight in them, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number 2, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage him, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court is because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden.
Hello and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. We're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shukoya. Let's begin with today's top stories. Federal government disbursement to state and federal capital territory for infrastructure and security projects rise to 2.45 trillion naira. Nigeria's gross external reserves hit $46.11 billion in January 2026, up from 18.6% and after cover for 10 months import. Liberia's President Boakai unveils economic roadmap targeting $4.8 billion from mining and offshore oil boost to fragile economy. Germany will stay closer to the United States despite Chinese tensions, says Foreign Minister Waitful. And in sport news, Carlos Alcaraz beat Novak Djokovic to win first Australian Open, completing career Grand Slam and cementing elite status. We'll bring you details after this break. The total amount disbursed to state governments and the Federal Capital Territory as financial support for infrastructure and security projects has risen to 2.45 trillion naira, according to official records from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. The funds were released between March 2024 and August 2025, covering a 17-month period. The disbursements were aimed at boosting infrastructure development and strengthening security operations at the subnational level as governments confront rising insecurity and widening infrastructure deficit nationwide. Details contained in an internal document submitted at the December 2025 Federal Accounts Allocation Committee meeting show the support was part of a broader effort to stabilize communities and improve service delivery. Analysts said while the scale of funding reflects urgency, outcomes will depend on transparency, effective project execution, and accountability at state level. They warn that without clear tracking and impact assessment, large allocations may fail to translate into measurable security improvement or infrastructure upgrades. Nigeria has announced plans to launch over 60 gas projects aimed at expanding domestic production, supporting industrial consumption, and increasing exports. The initiative seeks to leverage the country's abundant gas reserves to drive economic growth and strengthen energy security. The projects cover upstream production, pipeline infrastructure, gas processing plants, and liquefied natural gas facilities. Authorities said the program will improve gas supply for power generation, manufacturing, and petrochemical industries, reducing reliance on costly imports and enhancing domestic value chains. Experts said the projects could position Nigeria as a leading regional gas hub, attract investments, create jobs, and support industrialization. They stressed that timely execution, regulatory clarity, and infrastructure reliability will be crucial for achieving production and export targets. If implemented successfully, the program could diversify revenue sources, increase foreign exchange earnings, and contribute to sustainable development goals while fostering private sector growth. The Debt Management Office, DMO, on behalf of the federal government of Nigeria, has opened subscription for the February 2026 issuance of the federal government savings bonds, offering investors return up to 15.356%. A circular issued by DMO outlined the bond's tenure, interest rate, and subscription timeline, providing details for individuals investors seeking participation. The savings bond is designed to offer a low-risk investment alternative while promoting broader retail engagement in Nigeria's domestic debt market. Officials said the initiative forms part of the government's strategy to diversify funding sources, deepen financial inclusion, and encourage citizen participation in public financing. Analysts noted that competitive interest rates and structured tenures could attract a wide range of investors, boost liquidity in retail debt market, and support sustainable financing of government projects, infrastructure development, and fiscal planning across the country. Nigeria's external reserves hit 8-year high at $46.11 billion. Nigeria's gross external reserves rose to $46.11 billion as of 28 January 2026, the highest level in 8 years, providing the country with capacity to cover 14 months of import. Now, the reserves represent an 18.6% increase from $38.88 billion recorded in January 2025. Analysts attributed the improvement to higher oil export receipts, increased diaspora remittances, and stronger foreign portfolio inflows. The boost in reserves has helped stabilize the foreign exchange market, increasing pressure on the naira. Bismarck Rawani, Managing Director of Financial Derivatives Company Limited, noted that the strengthened reserves contributed to the naira appreciating by 0.65% to 1,385 naira per dollar. Observers said the robust reserves position could enhance investor confidence, support import financing, and provide a buffer against external shocks while offering policymakers greater flexibility in managing exchange rate and macroeconomic stability. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, remitted only 604.6 billion naira to the Federation account in 2025, representing an 86% shortfall against the budgeted oil revenue. The figure underscored challenges in the revenue generation amid production constraints, operational disruptions, and global oil market volatility. Data obtained from the Federal Ministry of Finance showed that the remittance fell far below projections, raising concerns about fiscal planning and the government's ability to meet expenditure commitments. Analysts said the shortfall could limit funding for critical infrastructure, social programs, and debt service obligations. Observers warned that sustained underperformance in oil revenue could strain the federal budget, deepen reliance on non-oil sources, and pressure domestic borrowing. They urged improved upstream efficiency, stronger accountability, and policy interventions to stabilize remittances, boost crude sales, and safeguard Nigeria's primary source of foreign exchange earnings. Petroleum product marketers have said that the only way to protect Nigerians from a sudden surge in petrol prices is for the federal government to sell crude oil to the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and other local refineries at subsidized rates. They warned that without intervention, rising crude costs could quickly translate into higher pump prices. The marketers argued that domestic refiners remain exposed to international crude pricing despite refining locally, limiting their ability to stabilize fuel costs. They said subsidized crude supply would help smooth price volatility and ensure affordable petrol for consumers under the deregulated market framework. Specifically, the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria appealed to the President Bola Tinubu to approve crude subsidies for domestic refiners and extend the naira for crude arrangement to other modular refineries nationwide. The association said the move would support local refinery, reduce import dependence, and prevent sudden price shocks that could worsen inflation and strain household incomes across the country. Now, Shell Nigeria has commenced major maintenance in its Bangi floating production, storage, and offloading facility, reducing the country's crude oil output by 225,000 barrels per day. The scheduled turnaround is aimed at ensuring operational safety, reliability, and long-term efficiency of one of Nigeria's largest deepwater assets. The development was confirmed by Shell Nigeria Exploration and Production Company in a statement issued on Sunday. Analysts noted that the temporary reduction comes at a time when Nigeria is striving to stabilize production and maximize foreign exchange earnings from crude export. Market observers said the shutdown could affect short-term export volumes and revenue, while emphasizing that routine maintenance is critical to prevent unexplained outages. The facility is expected to resume normal production once maintenance is completed, restoring output levels and supporting Nigeria's broader oil sector objectives and global demand fluctuations and domestic energy planning priorities. Still to come in the news, Iran is evaluating the terms for resuming discussion with the United States soon. A foreign ministry official said on Monday, after both sides indicated readiness to revive diplomacy over a protracted nuclear dispute. Stay tuned for more updates.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit. Rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced, the government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
Many thanks for staying with us on the World News. President Joseph Boakai has unveiled an ambitious economic roadmap for Liberia and called a new resource sector agreement expected to inject up to $4.8 billion to the nation's fragile economy in the coming years. The initiative focuses on large-scale mining expansions and renewed offshore oil exploration, signaling a major push to attract foreign direct investment, officials said. The package represents the largest inflow of foreign direct investment since Liberia's post-Civil War recovery period, highlighting renewed confidence in the country's governance, regulatory framework, and strategic position along West Africa's mineral-rich coast. The agreement is expected to create jobs, strengthen export revenues, and boost infrastructure development across key sectors. Analysts noted that successful implementation could accelerate economic diversification, increase government revenue, and enhance Liberia's regional competitiveness. They also emphasized the importance of transparency, local content participation, and sustainable environmental practices to ensure that the investment delivers long-term development benefits to the Liberian population. Britain's Foreign Minister Yvette Cooper said her visit to Ethiopia on Monday will focus on curbing growing flows of migrants from the Horn of Africa attempting to reach the United Kingdom. Cooper highlighted job creation partnerships as a key tool to reduce emigration, aiming to provide economic opportunities locally to dissuade people from undertaking dangerous migration journeys. She also stressed the need for stronger law enforcement collaboration to tackle smuggling networks and accelerate the return of migrants with no legal right to remain in the United Kingdom. Observers said the visit underscores the United Kingdom government's dual approach on addressing root causes of migration while enhancing border security. Analysts noted that the successful implementation will require coordinated effort with Ethiopian authorities and neighboring countries, combining economic support, legal frameworks, and security measures to manage migration flows effectively and protect vulnerable populations in the region. United States President Donald Trump's senior envoy, Steve Witkoff, is expected to visit Israel starting Tuesday for meetings with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the country's military chief, two senior Israeli officials said on Monday. Now, the visit comes amid heightened regional tensions with Iran and ongoing effort by the Trump administration to bring an end to the war in Gaza. Israeli and U.S. authorities indicated that the discussion would focus on security coordination, diplomatic strategies, and measures to stabilize the region. Analysts noted that Witkoff's trip signals Washington's continued engagement in the Middle East and its commitment to supporting Israel while seeking to de-escalate conflict. Observers added that successful consultation could shape both short-term military decisions and long-term political negotiations amid restoring relatively calm in the region. Iran is evaluating the terms for resuming discussions with the United States soon, a foreign ministry official said on Monday, after both sides indicated readiness to revive diplomacy over a protracted nuclear dispute. The talks aim to ease tensions and reduce the risk of a new regional conflict. Now, the announcement comes amid heightened strain, including a significant U.S. Navy military presence near Iran and a violent crackdown on anti-government protests last month, the deadliest domestic unrest since the 1979 revolution. Observers noted that the combination of internal instability and external pressure has created urgency for diplomatic engagement. Analysts said successful negotiations could destabilize the region, addressing concerns over Iran's nuclear program and prevent further escalation. They added that careful coordination, verification measures, and confidence-building steps will be essential to rebuild trust and avoid miscalculation that could exacerbate the already tense situation. Singapore will launch its own national space agency on April 1st as it moves to fully harness opportunities in the rapidly expanding global space economy, the country's Ministry of Trade and Industry announced on Monday. Now, the new agency will be overseen by the Trade Ministry and is expected to coordinate space-related policy, research, and commercial development. The government said Singapore is well positioned to benefit from the sector due to its strength in advanced manufacturing, aerospace, microelectronics, precision engineering, and artificial intelligence. These capabilities, officials noted, can support satellite development, space technologies, and the downstream applications such as data analytics and communications. Analysts said the move reflects Singapore's broader strategy of anchoring itself in higher value, future-facing industries. They added that a dedicated space agency could help attract foreign investment, deepen international partnership, and support local firms and researchers seeking to participate in the global space value chain. Saudi Arabia's economy expanded by 4.9% year-on-year in the fourth quarter of 2025. Government estimates show, supported by strong performance in both oil and non-oil sectors. Oil-related growth surged 10.4% as the kingdom ramped up production in the latter half of the year, reflecting higher global demand and strategic output adjustment. Non-oil activities also grew around 4% compared with the same period in 2024, driven by sectors such as construction, services, manufacturing. Analysts said the growth demonstrates the success of Saudi Arabia's economic diversification efforts under Vision 2030, while highlighting the continued importance of oil revenues to overall expansion. They noted that sustained investment in non-oil sector, infrastructure development, and regulatory reforms will be critical to maintaining momentum and ensuring broader economic resilience amid global market fluctuations. China's property market, which is at its peak, accounted for about a quarter of the world's second-largest economy and has remained under pressure since a debt crisis erupted in mid-2021. Now, the downturn triggered widespread defaults among major developers, eroded buyer confidence, and weighed heavily on growth, local government finances, and the broader financial system. Recent months have brought some positive signals, including modest improvements in home sales in select cities, policy easing by authorities, and targeted support for developers deemed systemically important. Now, these steps have raised hopes that the worst of the downturn may be over, offering limited relief to a sector that has dragged on economic activity for more than 3 years. However, developers and analysts caution that risks remain elevated. Many firms are still burdened by heavy debt, demands remain uneven, and a sustained recovery will depend on restoring buyer confidence, resolving legacy liabilities, and ensuring that policy support translates into durable market stability. Still to come in the news, Argentina purchased $808 million in special drawing rights from the United States Treasury to cover an interest payment to the International Monetary Fund, IMF. This is World News on SOUQ News. We'll be right back after this break.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and the magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors all at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Bendon Solar Park, Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location, at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, or a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
Many thanks for staying with us on the World News. Germany is not pursuing an equal distance approach between the United States and China and will remain firmly closer to Washington despite recent strains in transatlantic relations, German Foreign Minister Johann Waitful said on Monday. Speaking at a lecture hosted by the International Institute for Strategic Studies in Singapore, Waitful said the United States remains the most important partner for both Europe and Germany. He stressed that Europe continues to rely heavily on US for its security architecture, even as certain policy disagreements are currently alienating Washington from parts of the region. Waitful's remarks underline Berlin's strategic alignment with the United States at a time of intensifying global rivalry and shifting alliances. Analysts said the comments signal Germany's intent to reassure Washington of its commitment while managing economic and diplomatic ties with China, without blurring its core security and political loyalties. Germany and Poland must share responsibility for Europe's economic revival, the finance ministers of both countries said on Monday during a press conference in Warsaw. Polish Finance Minister Andrzej Domanski emphasized the need to make Europe more competitive, highlighting cooperation with Germany as central to strengthening the continent's economic performance.
Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited. Also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano. And Emirate News Television, Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Apologies for the break in transmission. Germany and Poland must share responsibility for Europe's economic revival, the finance ministers of both countries said on Monday during a press conference in Warsaw. Polish Finance Minister Andrzej Domanski emphasized the need to make Europe more competitive, highlighting cooperation with Germany as central to strengthen the continent's economic performance. German Vice-Chancellor and Finance Minister Lars Kiebel echoed the call, stressing that the coordinated policies, investment, and fiscal collaboration are vital to drive growth, innovation, and resilience across European economies. Analysts said closer Franco-German-Polish cooperation could accelerate reforms, improve cross-border trade, and support strategic sectors facing global competition. They noted that unified efforts in infrastructure, technology, and financial governance would be key to maintaining Europe's position as a global economic hub amid mounting international challenges. Dmitry Medvedev, a senior Kremlin security official, said on Monday that the world is becoming more increasingly dangerous, but stressed that Russia does not want a global conflict. Medvedev's comments come amid ongoing tensions following Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine, which sparked the largest confrontation between Moscow and the West since the Cold War. He highlighted the risk posed by escalating military and political rivalries while reiterating Russia's stated preference of avoiding direct large-scale warfare. Analysts noted that the remarks reflect Moscow's efforts to project caution publicly and amid ongoing negotiations mediated by U.S. envoys seeking to broker and end the war in Ukraine. Observers added that while rhetoric suggests constraint, the situation remains fragile, with potential for escalation or regional escalations that could further destabilize global security and complicate diplomatic efforts. Argentina purchased $808 million in special drawing right, SDRs, from the United States Treasury to cover an interest payment to the International Monetary Fund, IMF. Local newspaper La Nación reported on Sunday that the transaction follows U.S. financial support provided last year to help Argentina avert currency crisis, ensuring the country could meet its external obligations and stabilize its foreign reserves. Officials said the SDR purchase was part of a routine debt management measures and aimed at maintaining confidence in Argentina's fiscal and monetary frameworks. Analysts noted that timely payments to the IMF are crucial for preserving access to international financing and supporting macroeconomic stability. They added that the move also signals Argentina's commitment to meeting its external obligations while managing the ongoing challenges posed by inflation, currency pressures, and broader economic recovery efforts. In sport news, Carlos Alcaraz defeated Novak Djokovic to win his first Australian Open, completing his career Grand Slam and cementing his status among tennis elite. The Spanish star victory came after a highly competitive final, showcasing his tactical versatility, powerful ground stroke, and mental resilience against one of the sport's greatest players. With the win, Alcaraz joined a select group of male players to have captured all 4 Grand Slam titles, achieving a major career milestone at just 20 years old. Analysts praised his ability to manage pressure moments and adapt his game plan against a seasoned opponent like Djokovic. The triumph further enhances Alcaraz's growing reputation as a dominant force on the APT Tour and signals a generational shift in men's tennis. Fans and commentators noted that his performance at Melbourne Park highlights both his consistency and potential to shape the sport for years to come. Still in sport, Arsenal secured victory in the inaugural FIFA Women's Champions Cup, earning the largest ever prize in women's club football history of $2.3 million. The triumph highlights the growing profile, competitiveness, and financial rewards of women's football at a global level. The English side defeated their opponents in a closely contested final, showcasing tactical discipline, technical skill, and resilience. Arsenal's captain and key players were lauded for their performances, which played a decisive role in clinching the historic title. Analysts said the win and record prize money signal significant progress in the commercialization of women's football, providing incentives for clubs, sponsors, and broadcasters to invest further. The tournament's success is expected to inspire wider participation, elevate competitive standards, and strengthen the global appeal of women's club football, contributing to long-term growth for the sport worldwide. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a recap of today's top stories. Federal disbursement to state and federal capital territory for infrastructure and security projects rise to 2.45 trillion naira in Nigeria. Nigeria's gross external reserves hit $46.11 billion in January 2026, up from 18.6%, enough to cover 14 months' import. Liberia's President Boubacar unveils economic roadmap targeting $4.8 billion from mining and offshore oil to boost fragile economy. Germany will stay closer to United States than China despite tensions, says Foreign Minister Waitful. And in sport news, Carlos Alcaraz beat Novak Djokovic to win first Australian Open, completing career Grand Slam and cementing elite status. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Thanks for watching.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
When Emeka talks about black gold, he isn't referring to oil. He buys it in sacks, not barrels. He sells it from a metal shack to customers in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Charcoal is big business in Africa. He says there's enough money in the charcoal trade to make the wealthy envious in several African countries. Charcoal has fueled Africa's urbanization. It is energy dense and difficult to regulate, much like the cities it powers. Despite concerns about pollution, deforestation, and illicit money flows, charcoal remains indispensable. In this special report, written by Bayo Olaoye, he explored the value of Africa's charcoal economy, estimated to be worth billions of dollars, and assesses its viability. Nearly 200 million Africans cook primarily with charcoal, including 27% of urban dwellers. That share has grown since 1960, replacing much of its previous reliance on firewood. If there's been an African energy transition, it has been from one type of wood fuel to another. Charcoal's appeal lies in its convenience. By weight, it contains nearly twice as much energy as the wood it's derived from, making it easier to transport and ideal for megacities with fragile infrastructure. In Kinshasa, a Congolese metropolis of 18 million people, almost everyone cooks with it. Never before have cities grown so large while relying so heavily on wood-based fuel. In rural Africa, tens of millions of people make charcoal using earth kilns, outnumbering the world's coal miners. The process involves heating wood under low oxygen conditions to remove moisture and volatile gases. Logs and branches are stacked in a pile, covered with grass and soil, and burned for several days. This yields 1 to 2 tons of charcoal from 10 tons of dry wood. The process emits more carbon than simply burning the wood. Much of the raw wood is free, harvested from farmers' own land or from forests. Many charcoal producers are farmers selling to traders when in need of cash. Others are entrepreneurs who bring in work teams, distribute chainsaws, and pay off landowners or local chiefs. Locals often complain about outsiders cutting down their trees. In Kenya and Uganda, vigilantes have even attacked charcoal trucks. Africa's charcoal trade is estimated to be worth tens of billions of dollars, possibly more than the continent earns from cocoa or coffee. The money trail often leads to soldiers or government officials. The United Nations Security Council banned charcoal exports from Somalia because jihadists were earning millions by exporting it to the Gulf, where shisha smokers prize the aroma of acacia wood. Charcoal production leaves destruction in its wake. In Mozambique's Mabalane district, 2/3 of the woodland was affected by charcoal harvesting in the decade leading to 2018, according to one study. To mitigate the damage, governments oscillate between legalizing the trade through licensing and forest management and banning it outright. Sudden bans, however, often fuel a black market. Enforcement becomes a chaotic negotiation involving traders, officials, police, soldiers, and local communities. Lorry drivers move at night and pay bribes to checkpoints. In Uganda, where charcoal production is banned, it's smuggled across the border and transported under official seals from South Sudan. Other policies promote clean cooking. Liquid petroleum gas, LPG, which burns cleaner than charcoal, is exempted from VAT in Kenya. Some companies have introduced metered gas canisters so consumers can pay as they go, easing upfront costs. Today, more than half of urban Kenyans use LPG as their main cooking fuel. Bond Manufacturing, a company known for efficient stoves, has stopped selling its charcoal models and now promotes electric stoves subsidized by carbon credits. Experts say charcoal is on the decline in Kenya, though it remains prevalent in countries like Madagascar and Zambia, where alternatives are limited. Phasing out charcoal will have economic consequences. The trade is informal and decentralized. while gas is distributed through large firms and creates fewer jobs. Charcoal provides roughly 275 workdays per terajoule consumed, compared with 95 for electricity and 15 for LPG. Gas imports also strained foreign currency reserves. For now, most consumers juggle multiple energy sources. Charcoal production in Africa is still growing at about 2% annually. But one thing is clear: as long as there is the ghetto, there will always be charcoal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV. With the theme, Leveraging Customs Enforcement to Enhance Revenue Generation with Transparency and Accountability, an ICPC Perspective, the lecture, held at the Federal Operations Unit, Zone A, Ikeja, brought together officers of the Nigeria Customs Service and top officials from the ICPC. The Public Relations Officer, A.O. Hussaini, opened the event by introducing dignitaries, followed by welcome remarks from Comptroller M.S. Shuaibu, head of the Federal Operations Unit, Zone A. Assistant Comptroller F.A. Owuni, convener of the session and Zonal Head of Operations for Zone A and C, underscored the significance of the Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, ACTU, which represents the ICPC within the Customs Service. There was also a brief remark by Mary Omonoya, a Principal Superintendent at ICPC, representing the Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner, Chukura Alexandra.
My honor to welcome you all to this important engagement on leveraging customs enforcement to enhance revenue generation with transparency and accountability. Today's gathering reflects our shared commitment to building a more robust, responsive, and integrity-driven Nigerian customs service.
She charged the NCS to ensure that enforcement activities within the Nigeria Customs Service must be grounded in the principles of accountability and ethical conduct. In her lecture, Dr. Hadiza Rimi, Principal Superintendent PE&E, ICPC Lagos, stressed that public perception, transparency, and quick open accountability remain major obstacles to effective customs operations and public trust.
So we have what we call ACTU, just like you have here, and those people hosting the event today. So those are, the ACTU is responsible in checkmating potholes, or loopholes rather, in MDAs, in ensuring that there's compliance and in ethics in institutions.
Dr. Rimi also drew comparisons between Nigeria and Ghana in Customs Governance Index. Comptroller M.S. Shuaibu shed more light.
Average custom officer is, I think, among those that is doing the selfless service. That's why when you see people pushing that they should do this to customs, they are not out of context. We generate revenue. So if you are generating revenue, we are seeing it pass. Okay, like we said, those you think will cut corners. When after cutting their corners, what we try to do, we sanction them. Like I said, I mentioned somebody as that level dismissed. And what was doing in Nigeria that had done that? No organization. I remember when I was in that operation S2, that is what I do. 9 officers were dismissed at one time.
He further gave more clarifications to the issues highlighted. When SOUQ News TV asked how the service supports small business exporters, Comptroller M.S. Shuaibu pointed to recent reforms, including port redesigns for export focus, revitalized rail systems to ease cargo movement, and reduce checkpoints. He urged Nigerian exporters to prioritize global quality standards. He also highlighted perception management strategies by the Customs Service. In his closing remarks, Assistant Comptroller F.A. Owuni thanked participants and urged the ICPC to extend similar trainings to officers on the field, not just administrative staff. I am Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
find most Nigerians hear about anti-graft agencies, fear is the first response, anxiety over investigations, raids, or sanctions. But the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, is showing a more collaborative face, one that seeks engagement and partnership to foster integrity across public institutions. The message came to the fore during a courtesy visit to the National Orthopedic Hospital, Igbobi, Lagos, where the ICPC Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner for Lagos State, Alexander Chukura, led a strategic conversation on collaboration, ethics, transparency, and institutional accountability, received by the hospital's acting medical director, Dr. Wakil Lawal. The visit focused on sensitizing management and staff on the importance of ethical conduct and risks of practices that might attract the Commission's attention.
ICPC is the police of public agencies. I want to break it down the way you understand it. What we mean is that we police MDAs to make them adopt global best practices. However, it is a known fact that one person cannot stand at attention and start well. For crime or for corruption to be consummated by the public officer, most of the time you find people from the outside, they contact us. They are not public officers, they are not you. I'm on the same page. So essentially, the ICPC is the police of public agencies. What is really corruption? Can someone attempt? Otherwise, just go ahead. And do what they want. Which one would you prefer? Okay, let me go ahead. There are that complex term, corruption, has been seen by different people at different times from different perspectives. But I'm going to still break it down. Corruption aptly refers to an abuse or a misuse of position of public trust to confer an unfair and undue advantage to oneself, to one's relative, or person, which may not necessarily be financial. Anything you do to abuse or to misuse that position of public trust for your own gain and for others is corruption. So, what I'm saying here is that if we have that at the back of our mind, and ICPC is the police of the public agencies, what about the EFCC? The EFCC came after ICPC for purposes of specialization, economic and financial crime.
A key moment of the engagement was an open question and answer session where concerns were raised about perceived bias in enforcement, particularly when some political actors appear untouched, while public servants are often held accountable. The Commissioner clarified that the ICPC investigates based on issues and petitions, not status. While he noted the section of Nigeria's constitution which offers temporary immunity to certain office holders, he stated that this immunity elapses once they leave office, after which credible petitions are duly investigated. The leadership of the hospital present were also encouraged to see the ICPC not as a threat, but as an ally in strengthening systems and protecting public trust. Chukura emphasized that internal mechanism is not enough in fighting corruption. Rather, it requires alignment with global best practices. He urged public institutions to adopt transparent documentation and compliance protocols, stating that the absence of proper records can be just as detrimental as misappropriation of funds.
As able to address some areas of concerns and also improve our knowledge on things that we actually don't take cognizance of. More importantly, in some situations, the officers or the executive work and the head may not necessarily committed any offense. But from your statement today, I would deduct that keeping good work is also as important as non-being corrupt. And so this is also things that I want some of my colleagues and my staff to also learn from. ICPC, EFCC, we know the day when we are getting transaction. There's the document we're going to send to them. And so it becomes an important aspect of our work. Hope this will also improve our practice. So thank you. Your statement today has contributed a lot. And we don't have a ICPC. ICPC is our friend. And I'm sure we'll keep the channel hold.
Speaking with SOUQ News TV, the Commissioner reiterated the need for ongoing partnership across key sectors to foster greater understanding of the Commission's work and improve public trust. He expressed optimism that in a few years, ICPC would achieve significant milestones in building a more accountable nation.
It's a tradition in ICPC for us to go to strategic stakeholders. We go to the place to tell them what to preach the anti-graft crusade. So at the end of the day, we have a better nation. Because on the stand of insight, it's been discovered that Nigerians, the citizens, have suffered. There's a lot of apartheid indifference about the anti-graft crusade. So it's this conscious effort by the ICPC to now begin now to make people get a buy-in for that to be part of the whole crusade. We'll go everywhere, especially government, that's the MDAs, so that we can galvanize support, so that we can educate the people on the ills of corruption. We're not there yet, but with the present board, the end is very near.
At the end of the session, the ICPC handed essential materials, including the ICPC Act, a handbook of frequently asked questions, and a guide on the consequences of unethical behavior to the director. A symbolic award was also presented as a sign of the ongoing cooperation. This visit forms part of ICPC's broader strategy to build institutional integrity and promote responsible service delivery across the public sector. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ News TV.
Well, you already know, my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street, Balinde. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you. That I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay? So those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it, but we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published. And I liked it. Okay? You open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what called me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing, and I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group, because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekerandu Hall, So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas Advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. Then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Lintas. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Lintas. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Lintas. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akadusi left AdMark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. He just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, we'll just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks in a very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. There weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was a policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to active on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. and news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, you know? And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, you know. So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? I mean, we have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, you know? So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts so before you can believe, you know, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. I mean, people are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah? And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. I mean, thanks to our mobile news. I mean, you talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. You know, one day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, you know. Remember this commercial, you know, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bag? I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, you know. So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feeling important, because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, you know, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan when I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to, so that there is some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And certainly banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still going. Now, the bank for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking, because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. Take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. That's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. you ran their own programs for them. And you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it with people who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. We all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, President said so, President said, even things that the President did not say, President said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother's carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go round Obalinde, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were going to reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university, did it occur to you, okay, I got to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and the environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igboshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear buba and shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full, right? Then from there, by the time you got into, I mean, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know? Even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long time, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with, and I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back at a certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that, and the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. You took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they learn. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, think they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. To talk to your children. No, we should never be scared to talk to them, because they're not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right, because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know you, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. Don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is
Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Harton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.